the View.
It's Nathan Lane.
Nathan Lane.
But you know what? You're bringing up an important point. How is it that Nathan Lane is morphing into Gary Tangway? Or is Tangway morphing into Nathan Lane?
I think Tangway's morphing into Nathan Lane.
Nathan Lane looks good, man. He doesn't age.
He's in that new the Menendez brothers show.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He looks better now than he did
Who does
in
he play
Birdcage.
in that?
A reporter.
Timon.
Nathan Lane. Guess his age. He's a little younger than I thought he'd be.
65.
He's 68.
Wow. Looks good for
He looks
68.
great, though. Really does. Good for him.
It's Tangway.
He is. He does. He looks like Tangway, especially with the glasses and the dark hair
I
right
had to do
now.
a double take.
Tanger. Nathan Lane, Tanger. Same guy.
What's Tangway doing now?
It's twice in 2 days someone's talked to me about Tangway. I was talking about him last night.
He's been calling me lately.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for us to call him. 617-779-0985. Read and React is coming up next.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, Gerard Mayo saying this morning that center David Andrews and tackle Caden Wallace are headed to injured reserve. Mayo also saying that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Meanwhile, Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel telling reporters this morning that Odell Beckham Jr. and running back Raheem Mostert could both play Sunday versus the Patriots with modified reps. Thursday night football last night, Falcons topped the Bucs in overtime 36-30. Ian Rappaport tweeting out that the Vikings officially opened the practice window for tight end TJ Hawkinson. They may give him, though, the full 3 weeks before he actually plays. Preseason hockey in Quebec City last night. Kings beat the Bruins 4-1. Celtics and Nuggets kicking off the NBA preseason in Abu Dhabi this afternoon. Tip-off in about 30 minutes. And in Major League Baseball, as you just heard, Reds are hiring Terry Francona as their next manager. Sports Up Headlines brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss with a 98% customer satisfaction rating and thousands of 5-star reviews. You too will succeed. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Tim McConnell, Boston's home for Sports 98.5. The Sports Up. Next update, 30 minutes.
the Sports Hub. It's time to read
What's this $5 thing? This Croyet Niet.
That says crow's nest.
and react
We're going to scrap the read and react.
with Zolak and Bertrand
What are you going to do when football's over?
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Read and react.
All right, we ready?
I think so.
I don't know.
The drama.
React.
T-shirt day today, huh? Shorts?
Yeah.
It's a little chilly out there.
I know. Did not plan for it, unfortunately. Thursday night football last night, actually pretty good. Falcons. beat
If
the
you
Bucs
watched it.
in overtime, 36-30. Yeah, you didn't? No.
Two good quarterbacks.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins throwing for over 500 yards in this game after talked about how much he loves being in Atlanta.
So proud of our team, the way we fought, found a way. This is how pro football is, and it's why it's such a great game. But we found a way tonight.
Kirk, you threw for a franchise record 509 yards tonight. On the night that Matt Ryan gets put in the ring of honor, what does that mean?
Yeah, I have so much respect for Matt. You know, I remember being a rookie and the first time getting to see him play in person and as a backup just watching and studying. And first time I played against him, told him how I've always kind of studied him and tried to learn from him. And, you know, it was just a great night. Great night for the Falcons, and proud of our team, proud of our organization.
What a great night. Guy you always admired. Matt Ryan. He's kind of the guy you forget about.
Matt Ryan?
Yeah. Talk about really good players, statistically good players, accumulate a ton of yards. Like, I would think of, like, Vinny Testaverde before him.
I would say that Matt Ryan and Kirk Cousins are kind of in a similar
Yes.
vein of quarterbacks. Put up big numbers.
They're never considered, like, top guys,
Yeah.
but put up big numbers. Played a lot of games. Was pretty much not hurt. Played through pain.
Falcons offense looks legit, man. Sure does.
Yeah.
A lot of top 10 picks on that offense.
I
though.
know
Robinson.
they're finally finding their way.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost to Kansas City a few weeks back. That's not a bad loss.
That was
Losing
an
to them.
ugly game.
That was ugly. Their first loss was the Pittsburgh game in Week 1, right? That was a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
So can't write home about that one. But hey, they might be finding their groove on offense. And so somewhere Mike Lombardi weeps about Bill Belichick not getting the Atlanta Falcons job. What do they know? What do they know about coaches? What are idiots.
Think anybody can walk down, shake hands?
Yeah.
The State House?
Somewhere he weeps every time he wins.
I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now.
I got 99 problems and ain't one.
62.4, actually. 62.4.
Sam Darnold going to London over the pond.
You know what? It's great for him. He looks like them over there.
He looks like them over there.
Like
what the hell does that mean?
He looks
exactly?
like a British boy bander, a little bit with the red hair.
Okay, name your favorite British boy band.
The Monkees, the Beatles.
One Direction.
One Direction.
You're taking One Direction over the Beatles, Milliken?
Not even thinking about it.
It's the right take.
Harry Styles
Yeah.
is so English.
Hot.
Yeah, good looking dude.
Good looking guy. yeah.
So English.
I followed
So-
their. I told you I followed their bus out of Gillette. It was great.
Jealous.
Yeah, girls were screaming.
Maybe they were talking to you.
No.
Revenge game for Sam Darnold, going up against his former team, the Jets. He faced them once before in Carolina, but Darnold reflected again this week on his time with New York. Take a listen.
Do you feel the Jets failed you in any way?
No, I think, I had a lot of opportunities in New York, and I always felt like I could have played better there.
I was a huge Darnold fan coming out.
As was I.
I watched a lot of his games at SC. He was freaking good college
I'll
quarterback.
never forget you watching his pro day in the rain. Remember? You were just so distracted that
So
day. You were
maybe Sam
obsessed with
Darnold
him.
Can't put their pro days on.
I know, you were obsessed with him.
Wasn't a bad quarterback and he didn't get ruined? Is that maybe what it was? Maybe he didn't get ruined? Is he ruined? I'm wondering.
I don't think he's ruined. No.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
No, I think he's got a little bit of a revival
I mean-
here for your guy, Zach Bryan.
Oh. So he wasn't ruined.
No.
He just wasn't good in New York.
Just
For the franchise that drafted him.
That to me is a bigger fear.
Sometimes
about Drake
timing.
May. He's just not good here, and then he ends up good somewhere else.
Well, sometimes timing and organization. The Jets are a bad organization. It didn't work there for him, but he hung in there. I give him credit. He's playing well.
Breathe.
I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now.
Already used that one.
Pick another one.
All right, Bengals going to host Lamar Jackson and the Ravens Sunday at 1 o'clock. Cincinnati quarterback Joe Burrow knows he needs to be at his best against the reigning league MVP if he wants to pick up a win.
You got to be aggressive out the gate. You can't let the game come to you because your possessions are going to be so limited. I'm going to have to play damn near perfect. That's how I'm preparing. So
nice.
It's an exciting opportunity. It's a big game. It's a big game. We know what our record is. We know the opportunities we have going forward, but it's our first divisional opponent. We're 1-3. We need to get this one, and it's a big game for the Bengals.
Right.
Yep. Bigger game for the Bengals than it is for the Ravens. He's right.
Sure is.
It's like one of those make or break points of the season here. Over under on fights in this game, 3.5. These two teams do not like each other. Ravens don't like anybody.
I think nobody likes the Ravens.
Have fun at the Pro Bowl. Sucks.
3.5 fights, you say?
Yeah.
What are you considering a fight? Like swinging?
Yeah, you got the
Or
refs
pushing
gotta
and
come in,
shoving.
Flag. Somebody hit somebody late.
I'll go with the over.
Wow.
If it's pushing and shoving, I go with the over.
Okay.
It's actual
Is that
fights.
Sunday Night
You don't
Football?
see that anymore.
No,
You don't
1
see
o'clock
actual
game.
fights.
Ooh, bad 1 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That should be a prime one, man. Wow.
It'd be a better game to watch than what you're going to see in New England. Good luck Sundays, Oak. Have a nice game.
Breathe.
For Javon, it's really the details. Lining up correctly, running the right routes.
React.
By the way, there's more Patriot receiver news that we will get to next segment.
Stunning.
More news. What a tease.
Just not in a good way.
Not
Finally,
good news.
Bills taking
Oh,
on
no,
the
it's a good
Texans.
way.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is.
yeah.
It
Glass
is.
half full.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
You're right.
Get him out of here. Okay, go on.
Josh Allen and the Bills
him. You don't want to play.
looking to bounce back from a blowout loss last week, but Allen still cannot escape questions about Stephon Diggs.
Why? Why is this still a thing?
It's weird to me.
it
Stephon
go.
Diggs on the opposing sideline this week.
You seek him out on Sunday, try to have an interaction.
Hopefully, yeah. I'll say what's up, and hopefully it's the favors return. I'm sure it will be, so we'll see.
But you kind of get why this is a big deal around the league for people, two high-profile players, and now he's on another team, right, in that sense?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm sitting here. It's like it's not the most unusual thing. I think this thing happens from time to time, and I got a lot of love for him. I still do. The things that he did for me in my career, and the things that he did in the Buffalo Bill uniform, won't be forgotten anytime soon, especially from me.
Yeah, I'd be like, you know what? It's kind of ridiculous how you guys keep asking me about this one
Well,
player who doesn't play here anymore.
They're playing against each
and
other.
was a pain in the ass when he was here, and that's why he's not here anymore.
Yeah, the problem is
Don't you wish somebody would just step up and say that?
Yeah.
Like,
I
I
do.
wish you'd be like, guys, he's not here anymore for a reason. Talk to the coach. Talk to the GM.
But this is the week you should ask that question.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
the
just
other
that
weeks,
been,
like,
it's
I'm
been
like, why-
it just feels like it's been asked every single weekend.
Yeah, but the Bills receivers have responded well.
Yeah.
Like, they don't need him.
They're growing without
Yep.
him. They're doing okay. They're figuring
He was
it
a
out.
problem.
Yep. Problem.
Good player, though.
Breathe.
I have no idea what the plan is. If Mayo says he's got a plan, then I guess he's got one.
React.
That is read and react. There
That's
you go.
not great. Presented by BetMGM, the king of sports books. Get the BetMGM app today and bet parlays, props, futures, and turn game day into payday. Please bet responsibly. Coming up next, a report about the Patriots making it known that one of their receivers is available for a trade. That's an interesting situation, considering the Patriots receivers are not all that productive. We'll tell you about it next.
Zo and Beetle, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
coming. Throw to the right, behind the receiver.
He's not ready for it.
Tyquan Thornton.
I can't believe he's on the field. Tyquan Thornton's the outside edge guy to the right, running another lackadaisical slant, not looking for the ball. It's 3rd and 7. Everything is expedited. He doesn't even know the ball's coming. Slow release, bad feet, and drops it.
NFL trade deadline is coming up on November 5th. Election day and trade deadline day in the NFL. And the Patriots, according to Jason La Canfora of the Washington Post, have apparently let it be known that Tyquan Thornton is available.
Move over Devontae Adams.
Available for what?
Well, you thought that Adams sweepstakes was going to be big.
Watch out.
Imagine
Tyquan Thornton is available for a trade.
I'm sure the Chiefs will be right on that.
Wow. He's got 2 catches for 27 yards this year. So
how many snaps? 156.
Look out.
Taking the top right off
Look
that
out, NFL. Tyquan Thornton is available.
Bourne's back. That's why. That's not only why. I mean, it's not working. It's not. You're eliminating half the field. I'd put my 4th corner on him. With help.
Well, weren't we talking about him being cut before we knew?
Everybody was screaming at me.
There were all these people in training camp being like, well, look at Tyquan Thornton. He's finally coming on. Oh, he's having a great camp. Blah, 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 blah.
They're all tweeting lock.
You've seen him play in real games, and when it matters, and you know he can't play.
What are you watching?
He stinks. He's a blown pick. Matt Groh likes him, though.
Likes his speed. He's
Matt Groh's always been enamored with him. Why, I don't know. But you can put that pick on him.
Yeah.
Current guys, not Bill. Not Bill. Current guys who liked him. All right, everybody agreed on that pick, apparently. They really liked what they saw in Tyquan Thornton. But he's available for a trade. What do you think they can get for him? Ooh. What a haul. Really going to stock the draft board for next year with Tyquan Thornton.
Couple firsts, yeah. Absolutely.
Chick-fil-A's coming in down there, right?
Yeah.
Patriot Place. Asphalt.
Coupons?
Asphalt.
Couple of coupons for a free sandwich.
Someone's got to line up the parking spaces now. You need paint. You got to get paint. Get the gun. They can help with that.
Who would trade for him? Would be my question.
Nobody.
Why would you give up anything to get him?
Well, they got to try to get something for him.
Okay, well, the lowest pick is a 6th rounder.
All right.
So,
you got to have like an intern make that call too, because you know you're getting laughed off the phone. You know what I mean? If you're Elliott Wolf, you don't want to make that phone call.
7 rounds in the draft, not 6. Used to be 8. Now it's 7. Troy Brown, 8th round pick, right? Wasn't he an 8th rounder?
I think so.
Back when they had 8 rounds. Can you get a 7th rounder for Tyquan Thornton?
No.
I don't know why you'd even bother giving that up.
How does that phone call go if you're Elliott Wolf? Hey, guys, just want to let you know.
Hey, I need you to do me a favor. That's how it starts. Get the book.
Check the manual on that. What do we got here? See what we have here in the Packer way. Trading bum receivers.
What's the 4 C's? Cut.
Let me see if it's in the index.
Catch.
Can't catch. Yeah.
See if it's in the index there. Which one of the steps would that best fit into?
Not acquiring the best at their job.
Again, identify what needs to be fixed. That might be step 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
there we go.
That could be just going to the first chapter, identifying the issue, identifying that he can't play receiver at the NFL level, and then doing something about it.
Yeah, you watch film, you see it, 4 games, it's not working out.
Yeah. We'll count that as stepping stone number 1 of the family manual, the family Bible of the Wolf family, known as the Packer Way. Packer people, Packer Way, Ron Wolf. Pick up your copy now for $2 to $3 on various book reselling websites. Don't pay Amazon full value for it.
No.
You know?
When's that shopping day coming up?
Ooh, next week, I think.
Yeah,
8th.
Yeah, what are you going to get, Zoe?
Been thinking about this.
Really?
I think I'm going to get a smoker. I think I'm going to get one of those heat lamps for outside.
Heat lamp?
You put the propane tank in there.
Oh, heater. A heater.
Yeah.
Outdoor heater.
Outdoor heating lamp, yeah.
Well, it's not a lamp. It's not for
Well, it
light.
looks like a lamp. I think they do call them lamps.
Okay.
I don't know.
You want one of those for your deck? Is that what you want?
Yeah. It'd be nice. Sit out there. Yeah. In the fall here. Late fall.
You can just go to
so much I could get.
Like Lowe's and go pick one of those up today.
Well, we're at Plainridge next Friday. Me and you might hit Lowe's together.
Yeah. Love that store.
Put my outfit on.
Oh, that's right. They
Go
hooked you
in.
up with all that
I'll
stuff.
tell you what.
You think they'll let me go in?
If you go in with the outfit, you think we can hijack one of those forklifts and drive it around?
That's what I'm thinking. All I got to do is put up the caution tape.
Yeah, I'll close the aisle, and you go to town, man. You go nuts.
Like Michael Scott.
We'll take
driving.
turns.
Yeah.
We'll take turns driving.
Hey, I need that box up there. Tony, come here.
You don't want to end up like that one poor guy in the viral video.
Knock over all the rows. Yeah.
Getting that box down of the outdoor furniture. Poor guy. Got to go over the proper techniques. Don't want anybody getting hurt. We don't need OSHA up in here.
I'll take a lunch break here, too. Go sit in the cafeteria there.
Well, that is kind of your go-to move.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You have lunch while you watch everyone else do the work, right?
Pretty much.
It's not a bad philosophy on life.
He's trying to work less. And
Work less, get paid more.
Zolak
I'm
way.
actually working, eating.
Is that part of the Packer way? That philosophy?
Oh, definitely not. No. Because
they're winners. They're winners.
The Packer way is a bunch of grinders.
Yeah.
You know?
The Zolaker way.
Huh.
Yeah. I should put this up front. We're on YouTube, by the way. Hello, everyone on YouTube. The simulcast went dead today because we're showing Celtics preseason on NBC Sports Boston. So that went bye-bye. So we get our chance to be back on the tube. So we're on YouTube for, I don't know, maybe the rest of the show. I bet that's
I think it bleeds into a little of Felger Mazz.
Oh, really? Keep these cameras running, huh? Oh, very nice. Very nice. We'll get a check of the headlines with McComb. We are going to get back into the story that we led off the day with, which is there a teetering mutiny in the Patriots locker room? Evan Lazar, what he said last night before walking it back with Joe Murray right here on the Sports Hub. And also how this relates to a bigger story in the NFL that has started to emerge today, and that is access to locker rooms in the league. That could be going through a dramatic change in the coming weeks. We'll tell you the details. You'll actually hear from a team captain of another team talking about it. That's on the way.
WBC-FM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Are headed to injured reserve. Mayo also says that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Meanwhile, Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel telling reporters that wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. and running back Raheem Mostert could play Sunday versus the Pats with modified reps. As you just heard, Jason La Canfora reporting that the Patriots have let it be known that Tyquan Thornton is available. La Canfora also adding, in terms of the Devontae Adams sweepstakes, that two GMs have told him that a third-round pick plus perhaps a 2026 low-round pick or a marginal player is what it could take to land Adams in a trade. Ian Rappaport tweeting out that the Vikings have officially opened the practice window for tight end TJ Hawkinson. He adds, though, that they may give him up to the full 3 weeks before he actually plays. Preseason hockey in Quebec City last night. Kings beat the Bruins 4-1. Celtics and Nuggets about to tip over in Abu Dhabi in NBA preseason action, and Major League Baseball reports out that the Reds are hiring Terry Francona as their manager. Sports Hub Headlines brought to you by South Shore Bank. At Beatles Bank, sharing your success and growing your business is what Above and Beyond Banking is all about. Visit southshorebank.com, member FDIC, member DIF, equal housing lender. I'm Tim McCone, Boston's home for sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Next update, 30 minutes.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com.
Get ready. It's time now for Zolak and Bertrand. Brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Noontime hour on a Friday here on Zolak and Bertrand. It's a Finish Strong Friday presented by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. The company that finishes every job strong. 128 wants to say good luck to the Bruins starting this week. To the fans, have a happy Finish Strong Friday, swaying into the new season. Go to call128.com. Phil Perry's with us, fresh off a trip to Foxborough. Phil, were you able to get eyes on Evan Lazar? Is he alive? Is he well? Has he been
I did
fed?
not see Evan there.
Didn't see him.
I should give him a call. I didn't see him.
The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Did not get a chance to see him. We'd like to know that he's okay. We'd like to know that he's still,
we think something's happened
above
to him?
ground at this point.
All 10 fingers.
All 10 fingers intact.
Oh, stop. I'm sure he's fine.
Well, he did place that call to Joe Murray last night after saying they were teetering on a mutiny inside the Patriots locker room. I was on TV with you last night, Phil, and you said last night, I'm not trying to speak for you, but you basically said you don't think that's where they're at in that locker room.
No, I don't. I don't. Just from the interactions I've had, and not just after the game the other day. And I know Evan was in the locker room after the game in San Francisco, as I was, and I know he's been in the locker room during the week. And so he's talked to guys. He goes in there and works. And so what I would say, and all I can say is what I've heard from players that I talk to, is that there is, and I've talked to a number of different players about a number of different things, everything from the head coach and how things are going generally to more specifically, how do you feel about, for example, the offensive or defensive schemes right now, because neither have been working really well over the course of the last couple of weeks. And I just would never use the word mutiny. I wouldn't. I think the point Evan was trying to make, and I'm not going to try to speak for him now, but it's a point that I have tried to make over the course of the last couple of weeks, which is if things continue on this path, might there be players who are looking at Drake May, the number 3 overall pick, and say, we're looking for a little bit of help here.
Right.
Can we get a little bit of help?
Especially if he's doing well in practice and looks like he's progressing.
Of course. What I would say is I haven't sensed that yet. And I think there have been signs. Like I talked to Pop Douglas the other day, and I know people point to the receivers and their behavior on the field the other day as one of the instances of a burgeoning mutiny or whatever you want to call it. He could not have been more apologetic to me in a one-on-one conversation I had with him in the locker room the other day, where he was not only apologized to Jacoby Brissett and other receivers in the room there, telling guys this is not how any of us should be carrying ourselves. He basically apologized through me to anyone who watched the game because he wanted to make it clear. Anybody who saw that, I want you to know that's not what I'm about. I'm here to try to help the team. That sort of stuff, because people can read into that sort of stuff, that can hurt the team. And I don't want to be about that. Ramondre Stevenson, the fact that he is, I won't use the word open to a benching, but the fact that he is really come to grips with the fact that he might be punished with docked snaps because he's fumbled the ball 4 times, as he probably should expect, but the fact that he's handling it as well as he seems to, based on a conversation I had with him the other day, I would say these are signs of, if not full-on buy-in, they are certainly not signs of any sort of mutiny either. I think the language just got Evan in trouble there. Did he call into Joe Murray, or did Joe Murray call him?
He had a previously scheduled hit that he was coming on. He comes on that show pretty frequently. Okay. And he was coming on last night. So Joe knew that he was catching a bunch of crap for what he had said and asked him if he wanted to rephrase or clarify. Did you hear it?
I did not. No,
all right, we'll play it for you. We'll play it for Phil Perry so he can get an understanding of what Lazar said after yesterday afternoon saying they were teetering on a mutiny. Here it is. Yeah, this is the Joe Murray from last night.
Today you had some comments on your podcast. Would you like to rephrase them here on the show?
Yeah, look, Barth pretty well as I do, and him and I can get into some pretty heated debates and arguments over things, even off the air sometimes, as we tend to do. And I'll fully admit I got a little carried away today on the podcast, and I'm sure you've been there, Joe, yourself, just in the heat of the moment. But, the word I use, mutiny, like there's no mutiny in the Patriots locker room. And like I said, I got carried away, and that was my bad. That's not what was going on. But I just think the biggest thing that I worry about, and this is just me personally, my opinion, is, how long the rest of the players in the locker room are going to, sit there and take their lumps while Drake May waits in the wings and waits for his turn. So that was just my opinion, and it kind of came out a little stronger than I intended it to.
Just opinion. Got carried away. Little stronger than I wanted to say it. And then he was able to get himself out of the lockup on the first floor.
His family was released. Yeah.
It's an informed opinion, though. He's there every day.
He's in the locker room. Like I said, he's in there and he works. He's not just in there hanging out. So, listen, again, all I can tell you is what I've experienced and what I've heard. And I think there are even players now. It wouldn't surprise me if there are players who are sort of giving Mayo a hard time about this. Hey, what's this about? You're already losing the locker room, Gerard? Like, I've sort of gotten that sense too. That if it was actually happening, I don't think you'd hear those kinds of things. So, listen, they're not good right now. They're not experiencing any offensive success, and so let's not just brush everything off as though everything is hunky-dory down there, but that word mutiny is too strong, as Evan acknowledged there. That's what I would say.
Are they angry? Are they angry about Drake May not starting? Are they pissed off about Drake May not starting?
I don't think they're there yet.
Are they questioning why Drake May isn't starting?
Not that I've gathered. I think they are understanding of the fact that he is going to play, and I want to make that clear. My understanding is, from talking to people over the course of the last 48 hours, he's going to play. I think there are people out there who assume that the Patriots' plan is to sit him all year. That you got the Packer Way book in front of your desk right there. That this is going to be another Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Patrick. I know Patrick Mahomes played. I think he played one game his rookie year. That it's going to be that sort of blueprint. It's not going to be that blue. He is going to play, and he's going to play enough that they have a good idea of what they need to do with him going into year two. And so now this is my opinion. I don't think we're talking about weeks 15, 16, 17 here. I think we're talking in the next few weeks, there's going to be a window of time where they feel comfortable getting Drake May onto the field. Now, my personal opinion, and I believe this is going to be a factor for them, is the steadiness of the line is going to dictate when inside that window that they are looking at, Drake May plays. If the offensive line, if they're playing, what you mentioned him last night on TV, Beetle, I was shocked. Ryan Hudson?
Brian. With a B.
Brian with the Y.
Brian with a Y with a B and a Y.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
If Brian Hudson is playing center for you,
Brian Hudson,
and Mike Owenu has to kick inside to guard because Layden Robinson can't play, and now you have a backup right tackle, a fourth string left tackle, Michael Jordan, who was on the practice squad a few weeks ago for you at left guard. They shouldn't, in my opinion. And the Andrews injury is the biggest piece of this. In my opinion, they shouldn't be rushing him to play behind that group. I mean, that to me, Zoe, you're into dangerous territory there. It was pointed out to me the one play where they actually picked up any sort of yardage in the passing game the other day, 21-yard completion to Jalen Polk on the left sideline. A coach recently pointed that one out to me and said, that just to get an idea of where we're at on the offensive line right now, just go watch that play.
Did you see the stat that Jacoby Brissett has the 8th highest average time to throw?
Watch that play. I think you're watching it right now. It's a 3-step drop. It's a 3-step drop. That's what the coach pointed out to me.
1, 2, 3,
and so you know,
fly. Yeah.
Should anybody be getting hit in the chin as he is getting hit in the chin?
No, not
on
from
a
internal
3-step
pressure.
drop.
Not from internal pressure.
It wasn't. It was actually an edge. It was an edge rusher who just beat the tackle inside. Jesus. But it's alarming that they're that bad. And I know what the time to throw metric is. I think a lot of that is Jacoby Brissett scrambling around over the course of this season and trying to buy time for himself and making throws late in the play, even if he's pressured within. I think the better stat for them is time to pressure, which is something that Next Gen Stats tracks. And I believe through 4 weeks, they're at 2.42 seconds from snap to pressure, which is third worst in the league. It's a problem. Especially when you have, again, and this is an argument for Drake May.
How many tenths of a second can Drake May buy you?
Well, that's the thing. If he's a little bit more athletic, could he make a few plays? Yes, and I think the team would acknowledge that. He could. And
that's why I would be mad if I were a player. Because Is this about winning, or is this about whatever you're trying to build for the next 5 years?
So it's about both, right? And that's the difficult balance that Gerard Mayo has to strike. That's probably the biggest challenge for him this year.
I don't think it is, because I think that if it was not Drake May behind Jacoby Brissett, they'd have enough reason based on last week's game to bench Jacoby Brissett and try somebody else. If this were a team that had two mediocre, borderline backup quarterbacks as the two quarterbacks on the roster, the other guy would get a chance by now.
Right, but the two things they have to balance are trying to win games and developing the young quarterback. So in order to develop the young quarterback, you don't play him.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Jacoby Brissett has been bad enough that he's worthy of a benching. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, it is.
No, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah,
right. Like
here we are.
You might be giving your team a better. You might be giving your team a better chance to win by playing Drake May.
That's why I don't blame the player. That's why I don't play. Like, I know there's been a lot of criticism of Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk. I don't blame those guys. They're trying to build a career. They're trying to work their way to their next contract.
Sure.
And being a part of this offense is terrible for them. And it's terrible for their team.
And those guys probably worked with May the most in the offseason.
I hear like Bedard on Felger Mazz like mocking them, like, well, who do they think they are? Jerry Rice? No, I think they're young players that have some talent that want to play on a team that has a functional offense, and they don't have that right now. And so they're mad about it. I don't blame them for being mad about it. I'd be mad too.
So I made the argument on Monday, the show I do with Ted Johnson, the breakdown, Monday night, right off the top of the show. I said it might be time to play Drake May for all the reasons you're mentioning.
Yeah.
The thing that has moved me off my spot a bit has been the David Andrews injury. Understanding how important he is, how good he is at his job, all the things he does before the snap. Doesn't that impact your feeling at all in terms of when they should play Drake May? Understanding how it could look as early as this weekend.
I'm going to say no, because he's worked the most with Leverett throughout camp and he wasn't that bad the other day.
Leverett was not.
I think it was more issues with the guards and the tackles not being able to pick up games and dealing with Bosa. I'm just like, I'm so past the him getting hurt thing. Like,
I don't care about him getting hurt.
That's such a bad excuse not to play him.
Well, what if it's not him getting hurt, but it's
okay?
him,
Just tell us then. Tell us, like, hey guys, like, he can't function right now.
I don't think it's that either, though. What if it's we're trying to teach this guy some stuff here? If he goes out and he gets lit up 15 times in a game, he might revert back to what he was doing 3 months ago. What if it's not about injury? It's about losing the fundamentals that you've tried.
But then he coaches his ass up. You pick him up and you get him back in the huddle, and you give him confidence, and you tell him, hey, it's okay. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to learn from them. Experience is everything. Like we were just talking about Matt Ryan, the segment before you came in. And Ryan's on record saying, hey, my rookie year, I learned so much. I played, it was so valuable for me, the experience I got. You don't get experience sitting on a bench. Trust me, I know.
I think they're not far from what you're wanting to see. Like that window of time where they're comfortable getting him out there. So I don't think they're far away from that. I think they want to see, again, we're talking about practice squad guys. We're talking about Nick Leverett.
I get it.
Who was awful all summer. I don't care how he looked against the Niners.
What are you waiting for? 6 weeks from now when it gets actually even worse? Then you're going to just throw him in there?
I don't think it's quite 6 weeks from now.
Wait for Oweno to be hurt, too.
Can it get worse? Can it get worse?
Absolutely.
Oh, Michael Oweno could get hurt.
Anybody else can get hurt, too. You just keep having more injuries.
I mean, yeah. No, you're right.
It can get worse.
And so I think if it does get worse, I think by waiting, and I heard Mike Reese use this, I think on your show the other day, and he used it with me. You shorten the runway, so you're just decreasing the number, the volume of overall hits.
You know what happens when you shorten the runway?
You wreck.
Makes it harder to take off.
I think that's again. This is the challenge. Give him enough time on the field where you feel like you have a good idea of what he is going into year two. But also don't try to break the guy.
I would just hate for him to not have enough time to deal with mistakes, correct mistakes, and go into the offseason feeling like he accomplished something.
We are not close to that. It's week 5.
And so you look back. We always go back to this 93 Bledsoe thing where they kind of trended up at the end of the year and went into the offseason on a high note. We probably needed to have all those bumps along the way to get to the high note at the end.
It's week 5. I'm with you. If it's week 15 and he still hasn't played, that's one
there's
thing.
No way we can get to week 15 without him playing.
That's what you are describing. You're describing he only gets out there for a blink of an eye.
No,
and we learn nothing about the guy.
I'm just saying it's way
I think it's going to happen in the next few weeks.
It's better to have 10 games as opposed to 5.
How many games after this week do they have left on the schedule?
11.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
a couple of weeks from now.
Yeah.
I mean,
so it's still a possibility.
Yeah, but when you don't even talk about it or consider it in week 5, after having a guy who's worthy of a benching, I start to get a little concerned.
Feels the coordinator's not pushing for
it. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not pushing for
it. None of them are pushing for it right now. We can talk about it. I know we got to go.
Okay, we'll talk more about it then. Let's do that. Talk about the coordinator. Talk about AVP. Will he be on the unemployment line come January? What? What is with you today? Why can't I talk about that? I'm getting a lot of emails about Scott Zolak pushing back against negative Patriot points. I'm gonna read some of those emails to you.
All right, we'll do that.
All right? AVP, will he be unemployed in January? What does the Packer way say about that? What's it say about his offense that he's running right now? We'll get to all that coming up with Phil Perry.
Zoe and the Beatles. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Kids eat free at the 99 restaurant.
617-779-0985. Chris emailed in from Arizona today. He said, why does Zoe keep saying stop it? Why do you keep saying stop it every time I bring up the Packer way or Elliott Wolf or Alex Van Pelt getting fired? He always yells at me to stop it. He said, the truth is the truth. He said, whatever the truth is, it is. It's obvious he got talked to about his report, talking about Evan Lazar, and then changed what he said. He said, if it were any other team, Zolak would be laughing about it and joking about it. And he's mad at him for telling me to stop it. Where is Zoe? Where did he go? We lost him.
He's on strike.
Might be in jail.
Mutiny.
He might be taking a call. Another one.
Oh, from
Jeff. Zoe is
He's
so
with
afraid.
Lazar.
He said he's so afraid to say the slightest thing negative about the Patriots, especially when it comes to Mayo and the higher-ups in the organization and the mucky-mucks. He must be thinking he's going to lose his special standing with the team. Tell him he's a coward. That's from Jeff. Very strong.
That is a strong
angry
email.
words today.
Wow.
Angry words.
People are angry.
They are angry. They're fired up about it. Very fired up. So let me ask you about firing Alex Van Pelt. When a guy has an offense that ranks at the bottom of the league in yards, bottom of the league in points, and you get through 17 games like that, what are the odds that that guy on any team keeps his job?
Low.
Low.
Yeah.
Low. So even without factoring in that he's the guy who was way down the list and was not anybody's first pick to be their offensive coordinator, and that he's not the head coach's guy, he's really the GM's guy. Without even factoring those things in, which I think work against Alex Van Pelt, just the production or lack thereof is a reason why his job would be in danger at the end of this season.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how anyone could guarantee that he's going to be back.
I mean, those are all
for
facts.
2025.
Those are all
right?
facts.
You can't guarantee it. What I can tell you is he is under contract beyond this year. He is officially the offensive coordinator. I think here
How
in New
many
England.
years?
I think here in New England, we forget that when you actually get a title, the team that you're employed by does actually have to pay you. We've seen so
Correct.
many offensive coordinators who have handled that role who don't actually have the title. Matt Patricia a couple years ago, he's got the offensive line coach title. And so he's being paid like an offensive line coach, even though he's doing the job of the offensive coordinator, so the Lions make up the difference. That's not happening with Alex Van Pelt because he has to be paid as an offensive coordinator here by the Patriots because he has that title. So they've made a real investment in him for multiple years. So I think that helps his chances relative to what some people might think. Oh, he's just here. He's just getting paid by the Browns anyway. What's the point? Like, the investment has been greater than that. And what I would say to you in terms of their overall ranking, Beetle, what if, yes, they're still in the bottom, say call it the bottom third. Say they're a bottom 10 offense. But Drake May plays the last 2 months of the season, and he actually looks pretty damn good by the last month.
Then he gets to keep his job.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
I think that's sort of what it's going to come down to. I think it's going to come down to what does the development look like for the young quarterback? What does the offense look like after Alex Van Pelt has had it for about a year? And is Drake May progressing going into year two? And if he is, then you run it back.
Should Jacoby Brissett be held against Alex Van Pelt? This is his guy.
Yes.
Because I think it should. This should be held against him.
Yeah, it's attachment.
The way this has looked,
It's comfort. It's attachment.
it's been dreadful. Last week was so awful to watch. Painful. That should be held against Alex Van Pelt. And so at some point that pendulum is going to swing where he needs to sit down Jacoby Brissett. And he needs Drake May because he's going to need Drake May to try and save himself. He thought he was going to have this great soft landing with Jacoby Brissett having a full grasp of his offense. Turns out he was wrong because that didn't happen for him. It hasn't happened. Hasn't looked good. Hasn't looked functional. They have not moved the ball other than handing it off 1,000,000 times to Ramondre Stevenson in week 1. That's it. So this offense stinks.
And
he's the leader of it.
It does.
And that's his quarterback.
And that is his quarterback. You're right. Is the reason the offense stinks primarily because of Jacoby Brissett?
No.
Okay.
Talent.
So that's the one pushback there. Is yes, it's his guy. And yes, the offense has looked horrible.
Yeah.
But is it Jacoby Brissett's fault that they're last in the league in all these categories?
He just had his first turnover this past week.
He hasn't exactly helped his cause.
He hasn't been great. No. And last week, I would argue, was probably his worst week of the year.
And so I'm just kind of over chalking everything up with the offense being the offensive line stinks. They have no talent. Because it can't just begin and end there.
Correct.
It can't.
It doesn't have to end there. It should begin there.
Okay, that's fair. It can't end there. It can't just be, that's it. You can't talk about the quarterback. You can't talk about the receivers. You can't talk about the scheme or the play calling because the offensive line stinks. Well, on what team do they get that benefit of the doubt in the NFL?
I agree.
They are not the first team to have a bad offensive line. And everybody else on those other teams over the years has been held responsible, including the offensive coordinator. We know this guy wasn't their first pick. We know that there is no special bond between the head coach and the OC. It's not his guy. It's not his dude.
When you're in the bottom of the league in as many categories as they are, everybody needs to be scrutinized. I agree with you. Quarterback, offensive line, offense coordinator. That's why we're still going through these things. And the reality is, it's the problems with the offense are holistic. The team itself would argue that it's not just the offensive line. There's receiver issues. There's quarterback issues.
Running back issues.
There's
Fumbling.
running back issues.
Fumbling.
I would say, and listen, he sort of argued his philosophy on motion yesterday, but there are things like motion at the snap, things like more quicker throws, even if it doesn't perfectly suit Jacoby Brissett's game. More screens. There are little things that I think the coordinator, even in a limited situation, and this is a limited group that he's working with, that he could be doing to get a little bit more out of them.
Why doesn't he like motion?
He says they motion with a purpose, which to me is a little bit of a shot at all the teams that motion a lot more than the Patriots, saying, what the hell are they doing all that for?
Look at Miami. Like Tyreek Hill's basically moving forward at the snap every time they do it, and they do it to get him going, to get him in motion, to get him running downhill, and it works for them. Why wouldn't you use motion or take Tyquan Thornton off the ball, put him in motion to eliminate the jam on him?
Or how about holding a defensive end zone who might for a half a second wonder, is this guy going to get the ball?
Right.
Do I have to tackle him, or can I pin my ears back and get up the field and sack the quarterback?
It puts you on your heels defensively.
Yes,
motion.
of
It's
course.
Like, whoa, check.
It opens things up for your running game. The Niners do it all the time. The Dolphins, too, to help their run game. If you're a linebacker and you see a receiver runs a 4.3 running full speed across the line of scrimmage, are you able to get downhill as quickly as you want to get down, or do you have to get horizontal and maybe open up a gap for that running back on the other side of the line of scrimmage? So there's a number of reasons as to why some of the best offensive minds in football use it all the time. I would think they would want to try to adopt it, but it's just not part of his philosophy. It's not part of his branch of the West Coast offense. Apparently, Mike McCarthy doesn't use motion at the snap. Kevin Stefanski doesn't use motion at the snap. They should be adopting these things, especially when you are talent-wise as deficient as you are.
Stupid Chiefs. Actually, they're not all that high in it. Stupid Falcons. Their motion, scoring their 36 points last night in a shootout. Idiots. All your motion. We motion with a purpose in New England. Oh, yeah. How's that working out for you, Alex? We do it with a purpose.
The thing is, they have done it. That's the thing. It is 8%. It's not 0%.
Oh, no, it is.
Right?
It's 8.
So it is somewhere in the playbook.
Great 8.
Just do it more.
Big
just
number.
do it more. I don't get it. You do believe it to some degree. Just access it a little bit more frequently, please.
Yeah. All those teams like the Saints with all their motion.
Stupid.
What a bunch of idiots.
Look at Buffalo.
Their bad start to the year. Idiots. All your useless motion. Your motion without purpose. You have to laugh at how silly some of this crap is.
You've been doing it since the beginning of training camp, though.
Oh, well, yeah, I've been firing him for a while.
Beetle fired first week of training.
He could have been anybody. He could have been any person that was hired for that gig. That is a bad gig to take. You're in trouble in year one in that job. First-year team, you're using a backup quarterback with a draft. It's a bad situation.
Does it give you any pause firing him as you have now in week 5?
Yeah.
Does it give you any pause that it could delay the growth of the young quarterback?
No, because I think what they should do is get someone that's got similar concepts and is born out of the similar West Coast philosophies, but is newer, younger, and is unafraid of that motion. We'll put it that way, right? So terminology can be the same, style of offense can be the same, but you have someone that is closer to Kyle Shanahan than what you have in Alex Van Pelt, right? I mean, they're running similar things, but those guys are worlds apart, right? Now, the other part is I wouldn't fire him just for the sake of firing him. I would make sure you can get someone better because I don't know if they can. They need to be quietly on the down low, checking into some other guys around the league in the final weeks of the season. They got to see if they can get somebody better.
I don't think they're going to be doing that. I think they're going to try
That's
to
hard
ride
to
with
do,
this guy,
yeah.
and they're hoping that he's going to succeed. They want to see him and Drake May succeed down the back half of the season. They want to find out what they have in the young quarterback. They're not going to be looking to replace Alex Van Pelt, I don't think, mid-season. Who knows? Some sort of covert operation over there. But
Well, you got to check around the league. You got to be talking to people. You got to be back-channeling.
Make some calls.
Well,
they interviewed a lot of people.
Call the special ops team.
Not all those guys are offensive coordinators right now.
What's that?
I said not all the guys they interviewed to be offensive coordinator are offensive coordinators right now. They might be looking to be offensive coordinators next year.
So they might be calling back some of the same people they talked to?
I don't know. Like, could you, that's a name, Nick Caley. Could you reach back out? Hey, another year later.
Hey,
Drake May looks pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah. But if he looks good, then Alex Van Pelt gets to keep his job. I think that's only fair. If you have the rookie quarterback looking good, you get to stay.
This is a wild hypothetical.
But it's looked so bad to this point, it does have to reflect on the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
He doesn't escape the criticism.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But we're months away from what you're talking about.
Well, we were talking about it week 1 of the preseason. I like to be ahead of the curve, Phil. I like to be ahead of it.
Always.
Here are the headlines with Tim McCone.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, NBA preseason action in Abu Dhabi. The Celtics taking on the Nuggets, and with 2:40 to go in the first quarter, Denver up 23-21. Derek White leading the way right now for Boston with 9 first-quarter points. The Patriots at practice right now. Now, prior to practice, Gerard Mayo's telling us that David Andrews and Caden Wallace were headed to injured reserve. Also said that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Jason Lockenfor reported that the Patriots have let it be known that Tyquan Thornton is available in trade. Preseason hockey last night in Quebec City. Kings beat the Bruins 4-1. And then Major League Baseball reports out that Cincinnati Reds are hiring Terry Francona as their manager. Sports Up Headlines brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. I'm Tim McCone, Boston's home for Sports 98.5. The Sports Hub. Your next update, 30 minutes.
Zolak and Bertrand returns after the
the Beetle v. Phil battle on Early Edition last night. Really
Loving
got
it.
the people going.
Loving it. I've heard from multiple people today.
That's so funny.
See, you get Beetle in there. Like, he's not on as often as he should be.
Mixes it up.
No, I'm there every Thursday now.
Every Thursday now. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. So he knows
Oh,
he's coming in with a plan.
I like how people think like we really get mad at each other. Like
No, it's
really-
great. We like high five after that.
It's awesome. It's the best.
Oh, we have good sports arguments.
Yeah, sure do.
Like
I
doing
wish
it.
you guys
Good old
carried it
debate.
over.
Good old
So actually,
sports
can I
debate.
bring up what we were kind of what sparked the debate?
Of course you can.
With Tim and Zoe and anybody else, T-Bone, Tyler, want to chime in? If Drake May plays, Tyler's not even paying attention. Does he listen to the
He
show?
ordered.
ordering a pizza.
Do you know that he ordered cinnamon sticks with extra cream with it too?
Extra cream.
What is extra cream?
Extra. You idiot.
It's like the
dipping sauce.
You mean
Yeah.
the icing?
Yes,
you asked,
the
Did
icing.
you ask for extra cream?
I
Is
did,
that-
yes.
Oh, I bet he
He's trying to be dirty for
I
his
bet they
little
came right
podcast
over to give
buddies.
you extra cream.
Milliken, you're the best.
She delivered.
You're the best. All right, you were saying.
So,
Yeah.
what we disagreed on initially was if May plays and plays well at the end of the year, your reaction will be what? Fill in the blank. It will be either A.
See what Zoe says.
It will be either A, excellent job, great. The plan apparently worked. Round of applause. It's a league that destroys quarterbacks all the time, and it seems like they figured it out. Or B, what the hell? They should have played him a month and a half sooner. What were they waiting for?
B. It's B. That's what I fear at the end of the year.
McCone, your answer?
It's B,
Thank you.
especially if
Thank
they lose to the Dolphins
Thank
on
you.
Sunday.
You guys are nuts.
So
team
like,
that they
what
should
you're
beat?
talking about?
Phil was making me feel like I was crazy.
You guys are crazy.
Because-
You're all crazy.
Because you said people. When you say the
talking
word
about.
people, I assume fan base. Like what most people will say. And what most people will say is, you could have had a season with Drake May, and instead you wasted 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks with Jacoby
Tick-tock,
Brissett.
tick-tock.
That guy sucks. Drake May is good. Why did you blow it?
Even a little Serge Zappi had a year ago. You're like, what were you waiting for?
Do you think Chiefs fans, and I'm sure there are some who do believe this, do you think that the large majority of Chiefs fans look at Patrick Mahomes and say, Andy, what were you? Oh!
No, 'cause you were a playoff team.
Andy! We could have won another Super Bowl
If they had Jacoby
if they had
Brissett-
played Patrick Mahomes his rookie year.
If they had Jacoby Brissett, Patrick Mahomes' rookie year, yeah, they'd be saying it too.
That's a good point.
You got to give him that.
That's the caveat.
Right? Like you've got to give him that.
But listen, what I
By
think
the way,
my
I
reaction
would've
would
played
be
Mahomes. I would have played Mahomes.
My reaction would be A. Listen, I would have too. Personally, I would have played Drake May.
You're a Drake May guy.
I am.
You're one of us.
No, I am. And I've said even before he was drafted that he's not the project that everybody thinks he is. But don't you have to give some credit to the development of the player over the course of time behind the scenes? And if he comes out and plays well when he gets on the field, you say, whatever they did to have this work out the way it worked out.
No, I'll tell you why. Can I tell you more reasoning why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you and I believed in this guy from the jump, right?
Yes.
We believe in his talent. You even were saying at the time, this guy's less of a project than people want to make him out to be.
I said he was the
You said
best
that.
quarterback prospect in the draft.
Right. And I said, I believe in the end, maybe not now, but 5 years from now, you'll say he was the best quarterback taken in this draft. I believe that about him still. So we're believers in him. And I was beside myself all summer for his lack of opportunity. And so this is not hindsight being 2020.
No, this is consistent.
This was very consistent from the jump. I'm like, why are they not giving this guy more chances and more opportunities to grow here in the summer months? And I really still don't understand how we went from 6 first-team snaps throughout the summer to all of a sudden week 1 rolls around and it's like, oh, here's 30% of the time with the ones. Well, that's quite a jump. Why didn't you do that in July and August? Why did that have to wait for week 1? And
you're on
why?
clock now.
And why did you decide it then and there that it was going to be 30%? That just, I don't really fully understand why they went about it the way they did, and so I'm still questioning it without even seeing him go out and perform well.
I guess I just look at it and I see the number of quarterbacks who are done a disservice by their teams every single year. Quarterbacks are ruined all the time. I think we all could acknowledge that happens on a regular basis in this league. That if they find a way to make this guy work, it's really hard to look at it and say, well, I know he looks like a good quarterback, but you still screwed it up. That to me feels like you're looking to bitch, which maybe you are, and that's okay. But in a league where quarterbacks stink all the time, young quarterbacks get ruined all the time, if you hit on one, it's really hard to look at the people that are in charge of his development and his growth and say, bad job by you. that seems a little crazy to me. I'm sorry. I know I'm in the minority here. T-Bone, you want to chime in on this? He's not paying attention. I'm looking for some support. I'm looking for some level of support.
What was the question?
Do you like extra cream with your cinnamon sticks?
Yeah,
was the question.
Yeah. Right.
Do you like dipping it in?
Do you call it icing or cream?
Icing. Who orders cream?
If you were going to call it by a more appropriate term, Tyler Milliken, what would you call it?
Frosting?
Very good.
Acceptable.
Yeah, they would know what you're talking about.
Acceptable.
Okay.
Yes, acceptable.
I would go out of my way if I was a delivery guy or a person that worked there and went and picked up like a quart of cream and sent it to you.
I tried to work at a Papagino's, but they weren't interested in my talents.
Never got the call back?
Nope.
No?
You were so stellar at
He
at
kept
Jordan's.
eating a pepperoni every time he put one on the pizza.
Where'd all the
one for
mushrooms
me.
go?
Let's grab your calls with Phil Perry and a question for Phil about the Pats' defense. What can we expect from the Patriots' defense this weekend? That's on the way. I'll tell you what, T-Bone, I'm just going to go because the Sounders aren't exactly working. You don't want to miss Mainly Tub's biggest sale of the year. It's the huge annual Fair is Fair sale. You could score thousands in savings on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, and saunas. I just got a saltwater hot tub, and I'm loving it. It's the Caldera Paradise Salina. During the Mainly Tub's Fair is Fair sale, you can get a free salt system upgrade on saltwater-ready spas. Plus, for this event only, they have 0% APR for 60 months financing with hot tubs starting at, listen to this, $59 per month. And saunas from $53 per month. It's the huge annual Fair is Fair sale. It's happening now through October 14th at Mainly Tubs. They have 7 New England showrooms and coming soon to the Topsfield Fair. When you go to Mainly Tubs, tell them Beatles sent you.
Zoe and Beetle, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
New England Coffee's new single-serve pods bring...
She's a good girl.
Hey, Phil, what are you hearing from the defense? They haven't exactly been their best version of themselves lately. What are we going to see from the D this weekend against the Dolphins?
Well, you should have a much better day just based on the fact that you're facing what has been. You think the Patriots' offense has been bad. Dolphins' offense has been worse, you could argue, since losing Tua Tagovailoa. And so they should be a lot better in a number of different ways. Their offensive line has been bad this year, too. Miami's has. So they've been so bad that they've rendered these incredibly dynamic and talented and electric playmakers that they have almost completely useless. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Devon Achane. They're all basically
Achane's
useless.
good back. When they have Mostert and him, man, that's a great one.
And so Mostert might be back.
He's
off of injury. He's more the inside guy.
Yep.
A-Chain is like the track guy.
Right.
They get him outside, get him on the edge, get him in space. But they haven't been able to.
Pacheco. You know,
I feel like Pacheco runs. Pacheco like gallops. He runs so hard.
it's like he's running through the woods, jumping over logs and stuff.
It's like
I'm
he's
serious.
doing
Like,
high knees.
it's like hurdles
through the
right.
line of
You're
scrimmage.
right. Yeah.
He's a large man. I still can't believe the Patriots didn't draft him. Greg Schiano called him the toughest player he's ever coached, I think, was the quote about Isaiah Pacheco the year Pacheco was coming out of the draft, and Bill Belichick still didn't want him. Interesting. So they should be fine. They should be fine defensively. They're not the Niners. They're not Aaron Rodgers at the height of his powers, which is what he looked like at MetLife a couple of weeks ago. So they should be a lot better. My question is, and I asked Rob May about this earlier today, is does McDaniel now have enough time with Huntley to incorporate some of the Baltimore stuff? We've seen Tyler Huntley not be a horrible quarterback.
He was good at Baltimore.
Right? So can they do what the Ravens did with him now that they've had enough time to maybe implement some of that stuff into a game plan?
Yep.
And they are expecting it. Mayo said they are expecting some of that stuff that they saw in Baltimore with Huntley. So that would be the problem. For a team that has not been disciplined at the line of scrimmage to go against a running quarterback and all of a sudden he gets loose on the edge because Keon White doesn't feel like it or Josh Uche doesn't feel like it on that particular snap. So they got to get that sewed up. If they can, it's going to be low scoring.
When's Taki and Marte Mapu coming back? He said they're close.
Yeah, I think they're close. I don't know if it's going to be this week. He wouldn't commit to this week. It sounds like Bourne's pretty close too. And so they all might be back. They have roster spots now. Both David Andrews and Caden Wallace went on IR today. So now they've got 3 roster spots. They could activate all those guys.
Yeah, you have another one after you trade Thornton.
Yeah, Tyquan Thornton, according to Jason Lockenfora, on the trade block. Patriots have made it known that he is available in a deal. Do you think they could get anything for him?
You think they could get a phone call?
Will it generate a call?
So listen, second-round pick, ran a 4.2. Could you get a call? Yeah, you could get a call. What do you get back?
Conditional 7th?
Yeah, it's a day 3 pick, probably. Like a late day 3. It would be my guess. He still has how many years left on his deal? He's a 2022 pick, so
1.
So he's only got 1 year left on the deal. Yeah, you're not getting much back for that. They've been so disappointed by him. I mean, for obvious reasons, right?
Well,
I was told he had a great summer.
I didn't see it. Did you see it this summer?
No.
You were out there. I didn't see it.
I've been pretty consistent with this one.
He made a couple plays down the field, I guess. To me, you
Did he
start
get hurt when he landed on his back or
You
his
start
hip?
getting Javon Baker in there a little bit more. I know he's still got issues in terms of aligning and making sure that he is where he's supposed to be at the
he
right
can't
time.
apparently line up, according to Alex Van Pelt this week.
Speaking of problems since the summer, that's been a problem since the summer.
I think you're going into week 5 and you can't get a receiver to even line up correctly. Something tells me he's probably going to be going right down that same avenue that Tyquan Thornton is driving down.
Have Pop Douglas just sort of shove him out there in the right direction and just tell him the route that he needs to run. I think you might get more out of him than you've gotten out of Tyquan Thornton.
Doesn't know the routes, doesn't know where to line up. That says he doesn't know football. He doesn't understand how to play the sport. I mean, that's your job. That's the job description. Playing receiver, you've got to know where to line up and what you're supposed to do
little fast, though,
on the play.
He has some speed, and you need some of that at some point. Boy, what a report. Tyquan Thornton's on the trade block. Could anybody be less surprised than we are here right now?
What happens if no one calls? What do you do?
I mean, do you release him? I don't know. Yeah,
Bye-bye.
right. If he's not doing anything for you. So KJ Osborne hasn't really practiced all week, so I think you're going to see Kayshon Boutte play. You saw him play a little bit.
Take Boutte over him.
He had a catch last week. They should be playing him. And I think they should be playing Javon Baker. Just tell him what he's got to do in the huddle. Just explain it to him separately.
Let's go to Mike. He's in Webster. Thanks for hanging on, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
2 points. Everything is predicated on the offensive line, whether it be the quarterback, running back, wide receivers. If the quarterback doesn't have time, obviously he's going to have to unload it. The offensive line protects for the running, hopes that the offensive line can block for the running backs. Here's my thought. I know that Dante Scarnecchia is retired. Any chance you could bring him back, for a month or so, pay him big bucks? Obviously he's been the best offensive line coach they've ever had. And the other point that I have, with the offensive line being so bad, is it time to institute a fullback to stay back and help with the blocking and also help with the running game as well?
All right, got a lot going on there. The question about the offensive line and Dante Scarnecchia, they don't have a coaching problem. They have a talent problem. You can't bring in the best receivers coach to make Tyquan Thornton an NFL receiver, guy we were just talking about 30 seconds ago. The same way you can't bring in Dante Scarnecchia to turn guys who are not good at playing their position into good players. It just can't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
No, Scar has to have the ability to pick his guys, too. He loved doing that. He loved going scouting guys. He's the guy that handpicked Solder. Yeah, he's got to have some input as to what he wants to
Nate Solder, a first-round pick in the NFL draft. That's a far cry from what they're working with now.
Oh, yeah.
The guys they have out there now at tackle, they picked up off the street.
Maybe they should call Chooks, see if he still wants to play.
I don't think that's happening.
No.
And Scar's retired. He's just I don't think he's really all that interested in getting back to the grind of coaching. He's doing podcasts and stuff. He was on Tom Curran's Patriots Talk podcast the other day. He's on a podcast with Googe. Remember Dave DeGuglielmo?
They're joining up? They're doing a podcast?
No, not on a regular basis, but I still follow Googe on Twitter, and he says he's having Dante Scarnecchia as a guest on his podcast. Good for him.
Ryan's in Swansea. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Thanks for taking the call. So I feel like not many people are talking about our defensive core. We've always been consistent every year, but with how pitiful the offense have been doing for the past few years now, do you worry that this could affect their mentality and just stop caring and just go to another team or something? Because they're always on the field every time. Thanks, guys.
I'm not sure who he was asking about. Who's on the field every time?
The offense. You said the offense?
He's talking about the offense.
He's talking about apathy. Are you guys worried about fan apathy?
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
Because I am.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm almost worried that you won't hear from fans this weekend if it's not going great. Does it turn into a Fenway type of crowd almost, where they're just sort of there for the experience and just it's a nice fall day.
Yeah.
And it's get some sun, go hang out with.
That's
the
why this is sneaky big game. Big game. I don't want to call it a must win, but it kind of is.
This is the most winnable of a winnable stretch of games that they have coming up. There's no doubt. And so you have to win it.
Phil, thanks for being here today.
Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy. Great to see you. Phil Perry, NBC Sports Boston. You can catch his coverage online, on television, and, of course, on pregame coming up this weekend. All of that, we'll talk to RJ Bell at pregame.com next.
From the Towns Fair Tire Studios, the Patriots.
Into the end zone!
Here.
Touchdown for the Patriots!
WBC FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
All right, NBA preseason action over in Abu Dhabi. Celtics taking on the Nuggets, and with 3:55 to go in the second quarter, Denver is up 50-49. Peyton Pritchard leading the way for Boston right now with 14 points. We did have a bit of a scare in this game. Jaylen Brown in some visible pain after a collision a few minutes ago, but he has returned to the court and appears to be okay. Gerard Mayo says center David Andrews, tackle Caden Wallace, both headed to injured reserve. Also says that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel telling reporters today that Odell Beckham Jr. and running back Raheem Mostert could play Sunday versus the Patriots with modified reps. Jason LaCanfora reporting that the Patriots have let it be known across the league that Tyquan Thornton is available. LaCanfora also saying the Raiders would love to get a second-round pick in return for Devontae Adams, but two GMs told him a third-round pick plus perhaps a 2026 low-round pick or a marginal player is more likely. And in Major League Baseball reports out that the Reds are hiring Terry Francona as their manager. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill with an ice-cold Coors Light and watch football every week at Hooters in Dedham, Saugus, Shrewsbury, or West Springfield. Hooters makes you happy this football season. I'm Tim McCone, Boston's home for Sports 98.5. The Sports Hub. Next update, 30 minutes.
Here we go.
Boom. I win. Boom.
Yeah.
Hit somebody.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Now it's time for
Zolak and Bertrand. Brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks on the Sports Hub.
It's a Finish Strong Friday presented by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. 128 wants to say good luck to the Bruins starting this week, and to the fans, have a happy Finish Strong Friday swaying into the new season. It's the fourth and final hour of Zolak and Bertrand. Our friend is not on the phone.
He's busy.
Hopefully we can get him on the phone.
He must have dropped.
Oh, he was there? We'll work on
He
getting
was,
him back. In the meantime, Ryan's in Malden. Ryan.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Hey.
Oh, hey. What's going on, guys? Finish Strong Friday. I want to get my prediction for the game this week, and I'm dead serious. I think this is a winnable game for the Patriots because you have no Tua for Dolphins, and I got 18 to 15 Pats. I really think that Joey Sly is going to be Joey Sly is going to have 6 field goals. I really believe that. I'm sorry, what? No, but seriously, I think we should do that. And listen, if we win this game, this is a must-win. I think this is a must-win. If we lose this game, how deplorable is it going to be for the players who wanted Drakes to start, who don't want Jacoby to start? I think there might be something in the locker room after this game if it goes bad. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think you're trying to say there's a teetering mutiny. I think that's what you're saying. They're teetering on mutiny.
You ever been on a teeter-totter?
Yeah.
It's been a while. You?
Yeah, it's been a while for me as well.
It's been a bit, sure.
I like the Jackass ones when they turn the bull loose.
Yeah. Let's go to the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline from pregame.com. It's RJ Bell. RJ.
Hey, guys.
What's
How
up,
are you
Bill?
guys?
How you doing, bud?
Awesome.
Good to talk to you again, RJ. Zoe wasn't here last week when we talked to you, but I told you how he's just been riding this Steelers train.
That's right, baby.
And you, last week, wisely said this would probably be the week to get off. You cited some of those road Tomlin stats. It all came to fruition. You know what Zoe did today? He went right back to this well.
They got the Cowboys at home Sunday night.
He wants to take the Steelers plus 2.5.
Now, I actually think, instinctually, it's a good play, and I'll explain what I mean. What people tend to do, especially good handicappers, I'm not saying who's good or who's not, but good ones might be early sometimes. They're a little early, and then they lose, right? And then you're thinking, all right, I'm done with them, forget Pittsburgh. But usually the next week after a team is very popular and loses is a good week for them because a lot of people don't want any piece of them. Now, that said, I'm not all that anxious to get a hold of the Cowboys. I do think the key with the Cowboys is Zimmer, and as the DC, is typically slow starting with new teams. The question is, will Dallas be coming back, and will the defense emerge this early, or does it happen later in the year?
Yeah.
So what I would say is, in general, I'm going to be neutral on this game, but I would say look closely at Dallas's D. As it starts to improve, I think Dallas gets a lot better as the season progresses.
I mean, that's a good take, and I think at some point this offense for Dallas is going to get hot. Like, there's too much talent on the perimeter.
I mean, really, with them, 9 or even 19 out of 20 games, they're either good or really good, the offense, right? And last year, the D overperformed. They can't stop the run. Now, can Pittsburgh run? They want to run, but they've had offensive line injuries also. So, again, if I had to go this way, I'd probably lean Pittsburgh. But again, it's just a lean.
Okay, I want to ask you how you approach games that are in a neutral site, like the game in London with the Jets and Vikings. I like the Vikings in this one to cover the 2.5. How do you approach it?
Okay, so I would make the following case. Tell me a team in the last 5 years that we had modest expectations for, like Minnesota, that's performed as well as they have. I mean, this has been amazing. It's not just being undefeated. It's except for the Giants game, it's been against maybe 3 of the top 8 teams in the NFL. And they've dominated. I mean, Green Bay, you can say, are they 8th or whatever, maybe. But, I mean, you think about Houston and you think about San Francisco, those are certainly top 5 teams that Minnesota beat handedly. I mean, you could make the case that San Fran came back later, but they were in control of all of those games, including the Green Bay game. So, in general, I want to fade a team that's this hot, but not this hot, meaning generally, oh, look, Carolina a couple years ago, they started 3-0. Okay, but who'd they play? Seattle started 3-0 this year. Who'd they play? I mean, Minnesota's had maybe the toughest schedule, and they're undefeated. And then you said, well, what do you do on these neutral games? I think it matters what's going on with the team. Is the team enthused or is the team not enthused? Because this trip is arduous for these players. And personally, I think the Jets are in a horrible situation. You got the quarterback lobbing bombs at the coach. I mean, you don't see this stuff very often. I think Minnesota less than 3 is the right play, and a lot of it has to do with the Jets' internal issues.
Wow, we're 2 for 2 so far on this one. McCone.
Well, 1.5. We'll
All right, 1.5. Good enough.
All right, RJ, what do we think about 2 offensive juggernauts and the Dolphins and the Patriots meeting up at Gillette this weekend?
And would you pound the under on this, too? That's a question about this game.
Well, I mean, the under is so low. Let's see here. Let's get the latest number here.
We got it at 36.5 when we took it.
Okay, now what's funny is this is old school stuff, but the key number to low totals is 37. Right, because if you think about the number, 7s and 3s series of those, 37 comes up pretty easy, right? So key numbers are 37, 41, 44.
7's magic number, RJ.
But if you go under, you want to have that number in your side, not the other side, right? Because it happens a lot. So I would say this: I certainly would like it a lot more at 37. Let me ask you guys, because you're there. It seems like that there started to be some blame game in New England. Would you say that's happening?
No, not as outward as maybe you think it is, but I do think there are some real problems here.
Okay, because to some degree that Cincinnati game threw things, right? Because it was such they were touchdown underdog plus they won, but man, I would say against the Jets they looked about as bad as any team has. So I would lean under, but I don't like going under a number that low, so I would just call it a lean.
Okay, call it a lean. How do you feel about the game itself?
I mean,
I wouldn't touch this thing.
I mean, here's the thing. I thought McDaniels was a good coach. I mean, if you look at what happened in Green Bay when they lost their quarterback, and then you look what happened in Miami, doesn't it feel like LaFleur's at a different level as a coach?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he's done a better job overall.
And I mean, coming into the year, if we would have stack ranked the coaches, would LaFleur have clearly been ahead of McDaniels in a lot of people's eyes? The modern offense Miami had, I just think the bloom is off the rose with him a little bit. So I would lean Patriots, but I'm talking a lean again.
Okay, that's a lean.
Now I got a couple games I really like.
Yeah. What about the ones you really like?
Yeah, and remember, guys, it's impossible to have an opinion on a game if the number's not wrong, right? If the number's right, God could come down and we'd be like, "Which side?" Well, it's going to be 50%. So in general, if everyone's got to pick on, or if someone has to pick on every game, be suspicious of that because the bookies aren't wrong every time. I love, and it's really not even the bookies; it's the betting market, right? But I love in this case to fade Jacksonville. In this case, I think the Colts are clearly the better team. And you're getting 3 in Jacksonville. Now, there is a history of the Colts not doing well in Jacksonville, but I'm not sure. These players weren't there, right? Quarterback-wise, I'm not sure there's any real change between Flacco and Richardson. So, in general, I'm not worried about any of that. What I'm worried about, if I'm betting the Jags, which I'm not, is internal issues there. I think they've reached a breaking point, and they're going to pick the quarterback. So, when you got the coach and the quarterback yelling at each other or lobbing bombs, I want to be on the other side of that. I think the Colts plus 3 is real value. Remember, home field is not 3 anymore. So it's 2.5 or even 2. So you're telling me the Jags are a better team with all the turmoil right now? I just don't think they are. I like the Colts.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Well, let's think about this. I think the Seattle Giants game is interesting because you've got a situation where one team is off of 10 days of rest because they were on Thursday against Dallas, remember, the Giants, and then you got Seattle off of Monday. It doesn't happen that often that you have one team with extra rest and the other team with less than a week, and historically that's been very good for the team with more rest, especially early in the year, which is confusing, and people might say, why early? It's because these teams need time to game plan and it's almost like an extended training camp because camp isn't long enough. And I think the Giants historically here are in a good spot. I think Seattle's overrated, and I also think the over looks good here. So I would say let's parlay it, Giants and the over 43.
Plus, you made a switch of quarterback too here, right?
And again, I'm sorry.
Daniel Jones is out. I think they made a move at quarterback.
Well, I mean, I generally believe that the team knows better than I could, right? So I'm not at practice if it's not an injury. If it's an injury, I'm going to say, okay, that this guy's not as good. But when you have the coach making the decision, that means he thinks the team has a better chance to win. So I'm going to accept that.
All right, RJ, appreciate it as always, bud.
Thanks, RJ.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. RJ Bell, pregame.com. Is that true about Daniel Jones?
I heard that right after the game. Dayball's making a move. Maybe I'm nuts.
I don't see it.
He threw for 300 yards. That's like when I saw it. I know he threw for 300 yards, but he missed some stuff. And I guess guys were going upstairs to bitch about it. You talk about a mutiny. You got a mutiny there. You start bitching about your quarterback.
I see nothing about Daniel Jones no longer being the quarterback.
Maybe it was a dream I had. I mean, I've been having dreams lately, these past 3 weeks. This one was vivid.
No, there's nothing about that.
I digress.
You
strike that from the record.
You made that up.
Hey, T-Bone, why don't you whack that off the podcast?
Pardon?
Scrub it from the podcast.
Whack it off the podcast.
Just scrub out mutiny.
You can do that now, yeah.
Speaking of the mutiny report from Evan Lazar, some players have responded. And anonymously, they haven't put their name to it. Apparently, we'll tell you about that. Also, the latest on the offensive line problems for the Patriots. We'll get into that next.
Zolak and
practice today, said that City So looked very limited today. Layden Robinson also injured. Caden Wallace, by the way, just a moment ago was spotted in the Patriots locker room wheeling himself around on one of those little scooters.
Ooh.
Where you put your leg on.
The one-leg thing?
The one-leg scooter.
Army Pirates with scooter.
With his foot in a boot.
Oh.
After he was put on IR today, and Gerard Mayo said there's a chance he makes it back before the end of the season. So as Mark Daniels said, if they can't play, we could see Michael Owenu back at guard, Michael Jordan. The Patriots tackles would be Lowe and DeMontre Jacobs. Lowe told reporters today that he had a good week of practice and he feels like he could go on Sunday. So there's that. That's the latest on the offensive line situation. Also, players are starting to circle the wagons in Foxborough following the report last night on the Catch 22 podcast. Evan Lazar saying they're teetering on a mutiny in that locker room. Players have started to clap back, if you will, rejecting the idea that it is somehow a mutiny, saying that it is way false. Yes, way false. Now, who was it that said that?
I love what he said, like, unnamed sources, don't put my name on. Why wouldn't you put your name on it?
That was a trusted defensive veteran that said that.
Well, why, like, hey, I'm going to speak up for the team here. I'm in this locker room. I don't see it.
A veteran on the offensive side of the ball was just as definitive and more descriptive, saying, that's bull bleep.
That's Hunter Henry.
Jabril Peppers asked to go on the record when the question was posed.
Captain, my captain.
Here's what he said. He said, there's no excuses, but we're dealing with a lot of things we didn't foresee. Pepper said, referencing the trade of Matthew Judon, starting left tackle Chuks Okorafor leaving the team, losing Christian Barmore, Jawan Bentley, and David Andrews. Obviously, we want to put a better product out there, but it's not Mayo losing the locker room. He said he has the locker room. That's never going to be an issue around here. He's a great coach. He knows what he's talking about. He's played not only here, but in the league. Well, no, he did only play here, Jabril. He made it to the highest level.
Yeah, history.
He listens. He's a playful guy, but when it's time to work, it's time to work. You know what I mean? We love playing for a former player who understands it from your perspective and his new perspective as a coach and how to go about things. So Peppers went on the record saying, no, we've got crap we're dealing with, but it's not our coach and there's no mutiny and the coach has not lost the locker room.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's the way it feels to me. I just think you're 1-3 and you're frustrated at the end of a game before you get on the bus. So you have 1 hour before the end of the game, horn sounds, first bus, boom, 7 buses right to the airport.
Can I just say this, though? Evan Lazar did not make mention of there being an issue with coaches. Like, he just made that it's an issue that the
he actually
attitude has that they're kind of having a meltdown.
Not scared, but what shocked me was it was defensive players yelling at defensive players and offensive players going at offensive players. Normally it's one unit versus the other. And I think that's what you had last year. You may have heard some guys talking to each other.
It could have been receivers yelling at offensive linemen, quarterbacks yelling at linemen, receivers yelling at quarterback. Yeah. You know what I mean? It could be all of that.
Sure.
I mean, Godshall publicly called out other defensive players this week
for playing selfish.
Yeah.
If he just phrased it as like tensions rising, the word mutiny sends it to another thing. It's a lightning word.
It just doesn't feel like this came from thin air and just happened to be an opinion, even though I know that
I've been talking about it for weeks. Not that I sense it, but this is what I fear happening.
Mutiny makes you think they're trying to overthrow a coach.
Right.
I think it was just a bad. I think it was just a bad choice of word.
Should have watched Power.
But there's something to what he's talking about.
Walk the plank.
Okay, now it's time to get to Overdrive.
All right.
Hit it, T-Bone.
T-Bone.
Hit it.
Yeah. Is this on YouTube?
I think so.
Are they putting it up on graphics?
It's on YouTube.
Jim's kid can watch this now. I think he's home from school. All right, it's time for Overdrive. Everybody, Albrecht Auto Group. I take the wheel, drive the show. Anything goes. So if you need a Buick, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, GMC, Infiniti, Nissan, Toyota, pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see my team at Albrecht, albrechtauto.com. You'll find your next vehicle there and get respect at Albrecht.
Here's one for you from Stan in Hawaii. He says the ghost that was pegging Zoe in his dream told him about Daniel Jones being benched.
I like that.
It's probably where you got that from. That was your source on that one.
Pegged and lied to? That's a tough night, so.
Bad dream. Bad dream, and then you get banged by a ghost. Right. Oh, man. So what we're doing for Overdrive today, put out there on Twitter if you have a question.
And the ghost was not weak.
Stop it.
Not like those Red Sox.
No. Strong.
First question here. Stop it. This is from @bringing.
What?
I compiled them here.
Oh, you did? Good. Then you asked.
So we put it out on Twitter.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
We put it out on Twitter. We want listeners to ask their questions of Zoe for Zoverdrive.
Oh, this is a Q&A.
This is a listener special.
All right, I like this. Like, ask the manager.
This is
Exactly. Ask Zoe.
38.
Hey, I got time for a mailbag, guys. Send your mail.
It's a mail bag. MELL bag.
Yeah, I like that bag.
Mail bag.
Some of these are pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Some are a little more thought-provoking.
Well, let's go.
Okay. Fire away.
Start you off with an easy one. Pancakes or waffles?
Waffles. And my waffle can't be soft. It has to be like crisp. I hate a soft waffle.
Like your ghosts.
I want it crisp but hot, and where the butter melts, where I can put.
You're an Eggo guy. You're just
I am
a
a
nice Eggo.
Shane Vereen, we had this discussion. He used to go to Target because Eggos were 2 for $6. I'll never forget that. And I love that. I collect Eggos at home. We have a fridge full of Eggos. Extra time.
Here's a pretty good one. Someone wants to know what your Sunday night is like after you call a Pat's home game in the afternoon.
Great question. For many years, yeah, it was blackout, right? No, for many years, we were playing primetime games. So we were either in the 4:30 spot or Sunday Night Football a lot. So it was like just deathly tired. But like having the 1 o'clock games, I get home. Monday's trash day. So sort of that time to where I get home, get the whole family going, hey guys, trash day tomorrow, get the purple bags out, put the bins, get them out by the side of the road. They're out there by 8 o'clock at night. I like to maybe grill a steak, have a drink, and watch a night game. Love Sunday Night Football. So much better than Thursday. There you go.
Love that.
No sleep till Tito's.
Right.
This person wants to know top 3 destinations that are on your travel list that you haven't been to.
That I haven't been to.
Nice one.
St. Martin, Fiji, and Hawaii.
Definitely on mine.
That scares the hell out of me with the flight. We were almost going to Disney, like we're Disney vacation members, and we had the big villa booked for like 2 families. Big, massive villa. 14-hour flight on Alaska Air, and we had it the year after COVID, but you still were required to wear your masks on a plane for 14 hours. So not doing it.
I like big touristy destinations. So I've got like big ones on my list. Easy ones. London, Paris, Hawaii.
Oh, that's Spain
big,
too.
Easy ones.
I want to go to Amalfi Coast. I want to go to Spain. I want to go to Italy. It's good ones.
Just simple ones. Easy to get to. Tons of stuff there.
Direct
flights. I feel like you can do a lot of things in a week's time.
Good hotels.
Yes.
Love hotels.
I don't need to get adventurous with it.
No. Keep firing them.
Here's one I like. What's one meal that everyone loves that you don't like?
Spicy Mexican food with green chilies.
What?
Green chili sauce. I can't.
I don't think everyone likes that.
Yeah.
Oh, all my friends do. Like, oh, let's get some Chinese.
You're probably thinking of me and Hardy.
Probably.
Yeah.
I only have 2 friends. Yeah.
Mashed potatoes.
Well, you're a third friend.
I don't get it.
What?
Mashed potatoes just does nothing for
Have
me.
you not? Just from a guy who eats mayonnaise.
Yeah, it's just plain.
Have you had bad mashed potatoes then?
I just don't think they bring much to the table, much like the Beatles discussion.
Oh my God.
Beatles equal mashed potatoes.
Yeah, it's just
I
plain.
never thought a guy named McCone would tell me that potatoes were
like
no
only
good.
Irish kid ever that doesn't like mashed potatoes.
Hey, how was Worcester the other day? Shut down? that job on the highway?
We had some things
Jesus.
going on. Yeah.
Yikes.
You got some nutties out there, bud.
Yeah, we do.
All right. More T-bone.
Okay, how about this one? What's worse, the guy who parks right next to you with thousands of other spots around, or the guy that pulls right up next to you in the urinal?
Oh, I know what he's
No
going
Oh, I don't get that. Doesn't bug me at all.
the urinal
I am the urinal lurker, and you know me. I'm a middle guy. If there's 3 urinals, I'm going middle to put the pressure on the outside.
He is the lurker. He hates the
And I'll look right at you and talk to you, and I have no problem doing that. I am so comfortable doing that.
Why?
I hate parking lot people. Like, we have the worst garage in the world. The
It's
parking
not a
spaces.
great garage.
again, like today's Friday and there aren't that many people here, but the ones that are here took all the middle spaces. Take the side space and share the middle. So you can put 2 cars in 3 spaces.
It's really a simple process.
I got a big truck from Albrecht. I don't park that thing right down the middle. I stagger it.
There's a lot of pillars in the garage here, too.
That's the biggest problem with it.
Probably shouldn't have built it that way, right?
It's a quick check-in, by the way. How are you guys doing with shopping carts? You guys, after our discussion,
I never put them back.
Still don't put them back?
No. I mean, if I see like one in space next to me, I just put it next to that one.
I've actually gone more out of my way to put my shopping cart.
I was at about a 95% rate. I'm definitely at 100 now after that conversation.
Exactly.
You have
It
to be. Guilted me into that
Yes.
other 5%.
It pisses Capello off so much that I actually go shopping now, and I take a picture of the cart and send it to him.
See, if everyone did that, though, it's the wild, wild west.
I actually
And now
had
no
one
has a
last
car.
week. I actually had one last week where I could have put the cart in the corral, but it was at Home Depot. It was one of the big metal ones.
Oh, I like those.
And I was like, this is going to roll if I leave it in this corral. Like, this is not safe. It's going to hit a car. And I put it somewhere else in the parking lot. But it was a lot more steps.
Yeah.
So I was putting in the effort, McCone.
Okay.
It wasn't in a corral, but it was to keep everyone's car safe.
All right.
I'm just breaking balls, by the way. I put them in a corral.
Sure.
You can have people see me at Big Y down in Franklin.
That's
You
what someone who
see me
doesn't
put them
put 'em
back.
in a corral says, yeah.
All right, so what do you think of the new format?
I like it.
All right. Let's try it again next week.
This is like 10 questions.
Q&A was
Bedard, yeah.
Q&A. We got phone calls, wide open lines. You want to jump on board? We'll get to it after McCone's headlines. Right now,
Lightning
promos,
round.
150.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, Celtics kicking off the NBA preseason right now, taking on the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi, and Peyton Pritchard leading the way for Boston with 14 points. Jason Tatum has got 12 points, but it is Denver with a 70-59 lead. Gerard Mayo saying today that center David Andrews and tackle Caden Wallace are both headed to injured reserve. He also says that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel telling reporters this morning that Odell Beckham Jr. and Raheem Mostert could play Sunday versus the Patriots with modified reps. Jason Lockenfor reporting that the Patriots have let it be known that Tyquan Thornton is available. Lockenfor also saying that the Raiders would love to get a second-round pick in return for Devontae Adams, but 2 GMs tell him that a third-round pick plus perhaps a 2026 low-round pick or a marginal player is a more likely return. And in Major League Baseball, Terry Francona set to become the next manager of the Cincinnati Reds. Sports Up Headlines brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. I'm Tim McCone, Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Center. Next update, 30 minutes.
Stay tuned for more Zolak and Bertrand.
Talk about not making it to St. Martin's.
Oh, yeah.
You
St.
got to
Martin.
go there.
Yeah, I guess they got a brand new all-inclusive resort for families. You should probably look into it.
You don't need to go all-inclusive.
Oh, really?
I've been there for 20 years plus.
What should I take?
Great local people, great food. Stay on the Dutch side. Don't be like Felger and going to the French side.
Oh, I was in St. Bart's last year. It was phenomenal.
No, St. Martin.
I know.
I thought you said you hadn't been there.
I haven't been to St. Martin. I've been to St.
That's a good
Bart's.
call. I like this.
St. Martin, that's the place to go.
That's the one with the airplanes that come in real low, right?
Freaking awesome.
Yeah. I'm going to go stand on that
Friggin'
beach.
awesome. I go there every year just to see that.
Oh,
It's
you're
just
lucky.
an extreme experience.
You are one lucky guy.
Okay, then. Thanks, Mike.
See you, Mike.
All right, buddy.
Stay on the Dutch side.
Stay on the Dutch side. Damn it.
Don't be like Felger. St. Bart's is all French. It's crazy. Oui. Good bread.
That's what you took away from it? Good
Bread, wine, yeah. Food was unreal. Yeah. Who we got here?
Where?
James.
What?
Got a call here, James.
Oh, James in Weymouth?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, James.
Hey, James.
Hey guys, quick take on May starting. Look, I think we're going to continue to see Jacoby start. They're going to save May for the end of the games when the games get out of hand because one, it keeps interest from fans. People are going to stick around and continue to watch if they know that the rookie's going to be playing later in the game.
That would
And
piss
two,
me
it
off
kind
more
of
than him not starting.
I agree, but it's a business decision, and I think you're going to see less coaching decisions, more business decisions as the year goes on.
I never heard anybody handle it that way to where one guy starts and the other guy comes at the end of the game. We'll just gradually play him at the end of the game.
Yeah, just keep giving him mop-up duty. That stinks. It's not fair.
Bring in the mopper.
That's not fair at all. I don't think that's how they should handle it, and I don't think it actually will be how they handle it.
No.
They're going to start the kid at some point, but they're not willing to say when.
Right.
For obvious reasons. They don't want to put a clock on the situation for Jacoby Brissett, but I'm telling you, it's got to be shortened based on the way they've gone.
2 calls, 1 clock.
You can't just punt on the season.
That's punting on the season.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No.
That's
how
when
you get
that's
immunity.
That's when apathy sets in. Like Phil was talking about fan apathy. Yeah. Don't do that. It's not stupid. Fans here are not stupid. They're good football fans.
You shouldn't be apathetic, like Joey said about this weekend. They can win this game.
They should win this
game. This is only game 5. You could be 2-3 after 5 games. You're not a disaster at 2-3.
Nope. You're with half the league.
You're a damn near respectable team at 2-3.
Yes. But apathy sets in if you mail this in and Jacoby Brissett can't move the offense and you wind up losing like 14-6. And it's ugly.
Yes. I can't see the caller's name on this line, but is it? What's your name? Go ahead. On fan apathy.
Hi, guys. This is Bruce. I'm a longtime listener. Great to talk to you guys.
What's up?
Thanks, Bruce.
So I'm a Pat season ticket holder. I'm 56 years old. My season tickets are in the 300 level. For Sunday's game, I couldn't get my wife or any of my friends and family to go with me. No one wants to go, and so I upgraded to a seat in the 100 level for $113, 15 rows from the field. So I'm saying this, the supply and demand is not there right now for this team, and I fear it's only going to get worse.
Well, that's what kind of happens.
Yeah, I mean, you lose, it will get worse.
Yeah.
You're going to have a hell of a Sunday, though.
Yep.
15 rows up from 300.
Good seats. Good seats.
Nice upgrade. Mm-hmm. Keith in the truck the other day told us it's all about Drake May this year, guys. What do you got for us today, Keith?
Good memory. So, Maho Beach, that's the one in St. Martin's. Great. Good times. As far as, this is a question to you, Joe, basically, and I think I have the answer, but if you have pressure up the middle, or if you have pressure on the outside, which is more difficult to deal with as a quarterback?
Middle pressure.
Middle, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the truth, because I watched Brady for 20 years, and that's the only time he had problems, why are we not putting Elenu back to guard and at least trying to solidify the middle of the the line because they're getting smoked up the middle, and that you have no chance when that happens. That's what I've seen for my whole life watching football. Is when it's up the middle, you have no shot. So why aren't they doing that and making that adjustment? I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
I mean, good question. Robinson's a pretty good guard. Like, he's a tough kid from Texas A&M. Now, he's not playing, but here's the thing. Like, Owenu is built really like a guard. The problem is you're so bad at tackle that
right.
When you run the ball off tackle. That's what you do.
Okay.
He gives you the best chance to do that. It's the only thing I can really come up with.
All right. Just curious.
Run out of bodies, man. Run out of bodies.
Keith, appreciate it. Today's takeaways, the fake promos next.
Zo and Beetle, 98.5.
Oh, Friday, presented by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning. When there's a clogged drain emergency at your home or office, don't get faked out by those imitators. Go with the pros at John Sewer. 40 years in business, 50 vehicles on the road. Check them out at johnsewer.com.
How many we got today there, T-Bone?
We have 5, but we have one of them is a Felger and Mazz one.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Afternoons at 2, Felger and Mazz.
Jesus, look at the size of this.
Yeah,
it's long. It's long.
Felger and Mazz, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Not bad.
Good one. Excellent.
Not bad.
Perfect. It's long.
Middays at 10, Zolak and Bertrand.
And you see him pulling a Superman special, sliding across home plate. What a bunch of weak players we've got.
Whoa!
Zolak and Bertrand, 98.5.
Oh, man, that was an excellent call today.
It's a great call. Low T.
What a bunch of weak players we've got.
I'd never heard that before.
No, I haven't either, but I'm going to start using it.
I'm going to use it all the time.
I'm going to start using that, Milliken.
Middays at 10, Zolak and Bertrand.
True story. I fell asleep in one at the Patriots. They put me in one of them rooms. The egg pod.
How long were you out for?
I don't know, but I was waiting to do Bill.
Zolak and Bertrand, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
It was hot in here, too.
Company man.
No windows.
Yeah, I think there was another line there where he goes, and it was hot in there.
Oh,
I was waiting to do Bill, and it was hot in
I'm like,
there.
no wonder this is a nap room. You pull the egg down over you.
Right. Sure.
Middays at 10, Zolak and Bertrand.
Neely said, you want 64, then you've got to do it over 10 instead of 8. And
Can only go
quickly,
8.
Zoe,
8's the most. Yes, sir. 8's the most years,
8's the
Jimmy.
most. Understood. Okay, quickly, Zoe. Ghosts or aliens, which one's pegging you first?
Zolak and Bertrand, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Ghost 100 times. 100 out of 100. Never trust a ghost.
Even though you've been probed by
I've been
an
probed by
alien
aliens.
before.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Embodied, as he said.
Yes.
No, they just took some tissue.
Took some tissue.
Tissue samples.
All right, last one.
Last one, please.
Middays at 10, Zolak and Bertrand.
Remember the bank where you used to have that tube, like suction tube? Put it in there. Right up the hole. Right up the hole. Endless space.
Zolak and Bertrand, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Endless space. Feels like the Red Sox could use that thing.
What was that in? That movie was Tommy Boy, too, with Rob Lowe when he sucked his shirt.
Sucked the shirt
Yeah.
right off his back.
Yep.
Yes.
He's a good-looking guy.
Rob Lowe?
Oh, God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely.
Just stare at him.
All right, I guess you have.
I mean, like
I guess
he's
you've
got
done
it
that
together,
before.
man. Dude's got it together.
All right, yeah, no.
Ageless. Ageless. Jim Murray, Rob Lowe, good-looking dude, right? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Neat. Hey, have a great weekend.
All right, guys.
If you're going to Foxborough on Sunday, enjoy the game.
Good weather.
Call of it right here on 98.5 The Sports
Oh,
Hub.
we'll have it
game
for you.
kicking off at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Murray and Gasper have you covered pregame.
Hope Gasper makes it on time.
Murray chuckled. Gasper will be coming up later today on Felger and Mazz. No, sorry. Check that. He's not in today. Canceled. But he'll be on Sunday. Sunday? You think? Sunday. All right, that's all on the way. Felger Mazz coming up next. It's an agenda-free Friday. Enjoy. Thanks for listening. Bye.
WBC-FM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass. 98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
All right, Celtics kicking off the NBA preseason right now, taking on the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi, and Peyton Pritchard leading the way for Boston with 14 points. Jason Tatum has got 12 points, but it is Denver with a 70-59 lead. Gerard Mayo saying today that center David Andrews and tackle Caden Wallace are both headed to injured reserve. He also says that tight end Hunter Henry will now be an offensive captain. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel telling reporters this morning that Odell Beckham Jr. and Raheem Mostert could play Sunday versus the Patriots with modified reps. Jason Lockenfor reporting that the Patriots have let it be known that Tyquan Thornton is available. La Canfora also saying that the Raiders would love to get a second-round pick in return for Devontae Adams, but two GMs tell him that a third-round pick plus perhaps a 2026 low-round pick or a marginal player is a more likely return. And in Major League Baseball, Terry Francona set to become the next manager of the Cincinnati Reds. Sports Hub Headlines brought to you by Coors Light. When the football action heats up on the field this season, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. Celebrate responsibly. I'm Tim McCollum, Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jim Murray has your next update in 30 minutes.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today.
We have a show to do today. The whole new acronym thing drives me effing bananas. Can we call him by his name?
Felger and Mazz on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
3-1 to Alonso. Williams sets. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Pretty well hit. Freeland back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career. Pumps his fist as he rounds second. It's a 3-run homer. He's given the Mets a 3-2 lead. They all pour out of the dugout. Alonso on his way to home plate. They're waiting for him. He hits the plate. He is first congratulated by Nimmo. Hugged by Lindor. There are a dozen Mets waiting for him outside the dugout. Pete Alonso keeps this fairy tale season going with the fairy tale swing of his career. 3-2 New York.
These are agenda-free. Agenda-free Fridays brought to you by Catches Law, New England's injury attorney since 1986 with over 1 billion and 50 attorneys that live in the same communities you do. Schedule a free consultation at catcheslaw.com. We have released the hounds at 617-779-0985. And the way that Agenda Free Friday goes is, we have no agenda. You set it with your phone calls. And as soon as you're ready, we go to you. If that's opening segment, we fill the time with some opening takes. We are still brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook here on the radio side on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And the Simulcast, which beams across New England and the country on NBC Sports Boston, is not on because they're broadcasting a preseason basketball game from Abu Dhabi. So it's just you and us here on the radio streaming side, YouTube TV, I think. Are we on the YouTube channel?
I believe we are.
Either way, opening takes, Mazz will start, and you heard Pete Alonso's 3-run home run last night in Milwaukee, and I'll just turn it over to you saying, Mazz, that was a tough one for me.
So I want to make this clear that in no way was I trying to sort of pour salt in your wound by making this my opening take.
Go ahead.
I feel for you. I've been there. But I'll say this. How long have they been playing Major League Baseball, at least in the World Series era? 125 years? Something like that. Yeah. 125 years. That last night was the first time that has ever happened. And the only thing I can equate it to in Red Sox history, so you know what I'm talking about, is in 1986, the Red Sox were one strike away from being eliminated by the Angels in the American League Championship Series in Game 6. Game 5, I take it back. Game 5, Dave Henderson's home run against the Angels, one strike away. The Red Sox rallied, they win, they go home, they win 6-7, they win the series. Last night, albeit in a 3-game series, Pete Alonso's home run came in the decisive game.
It's the first time, I'm glad you saw this, it's the first time there has ever been a go-ahead home run from a team that was trailing in the 9th inning or later in a winner-take-all game.
Correct.
Game 7, Game 3, Game 5. That's the first time that ever happened.
Has never, ever happened. And Murray, I saw that you noticed his tweet last night. I will share it with you or share it with the listeners again. Devin Williams, who was pitching for the Brewers last night, has been arguably, if not inarguably, the best reliever in baseball for 5 years. 5 years, and I'm doing an aggregate 5-year sample. His ERA over that time, and I just picked ERA, and might not be the best metric for relievers, but when you're talking about a 5-year sample, it's a pretty good metric. 1.70. The only guy in the game who has been better is Emmanuel Clase of the Indians, who's just a whisker better. Williams gave up one home run all year. He has been a freaking force in baseball.
May I just step in?
Yes.
2-time and reigning NL reliever of the year.
He's phenomenal. I saw him pitch in a series at Fenway a couple of years ago, and I thought, this guy's filthy. I mean, he's got the best changeup in the game. He's absolutely terrific.
Can I jump in again?
Yeah.
If I were a Milwaukee talk show host, you know what these last couple of years I would have been saying? And I swear to God, not that I've ever told you, because why would you care?
Yep.
But to the people that I do talk Brewer baseball with, overrated.
Okay, so now let me get to this. You know what his ERA is in three career postseason appearances?
I don't.
23.15.
Holy crap, really?
He gave up 4 runs last night in 2/3 of an inning. He had an outing in 2023 where he gave up 2 runs in an inning. So in 2 of his 3 outings in the playoffs, he's gotten his face ripped off.
Can I tell you what the problem is? Why I don't like him?
Sure.
Let me answer by asking you a question.
Yeah.
What do you want out of your closer?
Well, balls and strike. I mean, balls is in nuggets. And I want a guy who pounds the strike. Really, I want more than anything. You want a guy who throws bullets.
Gas. I want gas.
Bullets.
He's an off-speed pitcher.
Like Trevor Hoffman.
His out pitch.
Who also sucked in the postseason.
I want gas, not the ass.
Throw the gas, not the ass.
Thank you. I want gas. And I swear to God, as I was driving, I was the 8th and 9th, I was in the car. And I was driving there, and Euchre took over the 9th. And here comes Devil. And I swear to God, I said to myself, if he gives up a walk, or if he lets Lindor on, Lindor let off the inning, and they get to Alonso, watch out. I swear to God, I said it. I knew it. I felt it.
You could see it happening.
And when he let Lindor go, I said, here we go. Here comes this a-hole. He's going to beat us, meaning Alonso, this meathead. And I'm sorry. I want a closer that throws gas.
Throw the gas, not the ass.
And the gas for him is sort of his setup pitch. It's not his out pitch. His out pitch is a changeup. If your out pitch is a changeup, I'm sorry. I know some have done it. Keith Folk had an off-speed pitch.
Trevor Hoffman.
He was a closer. Hoffman, okay? But Folk won a World Series doing it. I get it. There's no absolutes. I don't like it. I don't prefer it. Throw the gas.
Fastball, 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 fastball.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for having that. When Williams was our setup guy, it used to be Williams Hader. That made more sense to me. He came in the 8th. He threw off-speed pitches. Hader came in the 9th. Threw the gas. Your closer has to have gas. Go ahead.
So he's got a good fastball. I don't know if I'd call it a great fastball. He's got a good fastball. He just doesn't throw it a lot.
94, 95, which is what today? Nothing.
I know, but it moves. It moves. But that aside, the
breakdown by John Boy, is this where you're
yes, I was just going to say that next. Thank you, Murray.
It's excellent.
So John Boy of John Boy Media, who's on social and does these amazing pitching breakdowns, did an analysis of Devin Williams' delivery, and there is a slight tip when he throws his changeup versus his fastball.
Oh, Christ.
And it's certainly...
Mike, you watch it, it'll make you want to walk into the ocean.
That loss really, that one left a mark. I got to tell you.
Well, it should have. I mean, it was that kind of loss.
I mean, the Euchre call at the end is sad. I very rarely, I'm not trying to do this to like put salt in the wound. Have you heard it?
Yep.
That one had some sting on it. This poor 90-year-old man who's been calling these games forever. I was like, this poor bastard.
I'm just 55.
Yeah.
He's 90, been living this. Go ahead.
No, and so there was evidence that he was tipping his pitches and the Mets were on it because the tip of his glove gets flatter. And I might get this backwards. I think when he's throwing his changeup, because he's got to reach deeper in his glove. So there's a difference as to when he just gets a fastball, the tip of the glove is pointed more vertically. When he's getting the changeup, the tip of the glove goes down. He puts his hand in there, and it certainly looked like the Mets picked it up.
Yeah, because one of the hitting coaches, before Alonso goes to the plate, you see him mouth the word changeup, and then some of the other stuff you can't figure out by reading his lips. But they were definitely on it. There's no doubt.
And he goes through pitch by pitch, where he's calling it before the pitch. And the hitters are either swinging or not, depending on, they know, and the timing of their swings was on. The whole advantage that Williams has is he gets you out in front because of that changeup. And he pitches, backwards, but his changeup is so good and there's such great movement that he fools you. The Mets were not fooled last night. In any case, it was tremendous drama.
Oh, yeah.
Tremendous drama.
Great.
And you will, again, as Mad Dog would say, this is baseball.
I'm sorry, Mike. Yeah, that had to hurt. That's a brutal one.
I feel for you.
I'm not even like it. That one.
I feel for you. And I'm not joking.
Hurts.
I thought of you last night.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I was going to text you and I resisted.
I want to give you a hug, Michael.
Yeah.
Shockingly entertaining game for Thursday Night Football, though, on stupid Amazon.
Another great finish.
Their suck broadcast, high scoring, good back and forth, funny mistakes. Most importantly, from a spiting standpoint, Baker Mayfield had the ball. Tampa Bay Bucks had the lead with 1:44 remaining in the game. All he needed was a first down. Didn't get it. Lost the game and lost to the trash-ass Falcons. Was that fun, Baker? I hope it was fun. Was it fun? Was that a fun loss last night? Tom Brady had to be laughing his ass off because I know I was. It was good, sweet, poetic justice is what that was last night. And yet still, despite that spite-filled finish, I would still take Baker Mayfield and the Patriots right now over Jacoby Brissett. Same goes for Kirk Cousins. Threw for like 500 yards. First time he did that last night. Will either of these guys win a Super Bowl? Probably not. But now that we've been collectively humbled for the last over 20 years, being dicks for 20 years, like you've been saying, Mike,
yes.
Being real dicks about the whole thing, I would rather have either of those two guys. I'd rather be either of those two teams than this dreck the Patriots have been rolling out for the last 4 years, really. Like, how can you look at that last night and what you got in that, and from that product standpoint, from an offenses, what you were looking at with the Bucks and Falcons, it's just... That's what I want to watch. This is what everyone wants to watch. And so to the Patriots, I'd say this. Maybe if you were concerned about your offense and the product you're putting on the field more than the internal media issues that you might have that are upsetting you, hashtag free Lazar, you might actually be able to field a team that's able to score more than 19 points consistently. Because, again, I enjoyed that from a spiting standpoint, but I was also kind of sad last night watching those teams. Because I'm like, can I root for that again? Can I have something like that? But apparently not.
So, especially Atlanta is like, so they have a team in a season, and they're building their program, and they still have the quarterback of the future.
No, they get it all.
Like, that's that to me feels like... that feels to me like the way to go. And that was more within your grasp, but, they didn't want to pay for it. They didn't want to push it forward like that. That was their choice. They wanted this deep, deep rebuild, and it didn't have to be. All they had to do was pay for it. And they didn't want to. And so, I just think Atlanta's the way. They have the quarterback of the future. There's no urgency to play him before they have to or want to. They have a season in the meantime. Coach is getting his feet wet. The program's getting its feet wet. They're going in the right direction. They're moving in a certain way. And when Michael Penix is ready, he's going to step onto a good team, presumably. Like, that's the way it looks like it's going. And, oh, by the way, they have Kirk Cousins under contract for 2 years. You could keep playing them. You could trade them. There's some good. They have a chip there in Atlanta. They are dealing from a position of strength.
Correct.
It's a nice place to be.
It's what we would call an asset.
Which is, just a smart asset management. It's just smart asset management, good long-term thinking. I thought the Patriots were going to be one of those teams that was like that, and they're just like the opposite, which is just continues to disgust me on every level. But I think Atlanta played that so well. All the grief Atlanta gets for taking Michael Penix, like, as opposed to drafting another kid, like, they're fine.
Turned out they were right. They did, because I questioned it. They got that. That was the right thing to do.
They have a good team. What's another 22-year-old kid running around out there? They have what they need, and they'll contend this year. And they have the quarterback of the future, and nothing is more important than the quarterback of the future, as you've told me. So it feels to me like they've checked a lot of boxes. My opening take, I'll just tease. We'll do the Palace Q that's going on down in Foxborough. Again, there is a mutiny. There is a queue going on down there. As we'll check in on Evan Lazard, see where he is or Lazar is he okay? Has he been released from the gulag, from the Foxborough gulag?
Oh, the last I saw, he was getting on a train bound for Siberia.
Okay, hashtag free Evan. We'll check in on that. But just to do it, we'll take one call here to open up the 2 o'clock hour, as we like to do. DJ in the car. Go ahead, DJ.
Thanks, guys. No matter who the quarterback is, whether it's Kirk Cousins or Baker Mayfield or even Tom Brady himself, who would be able to play behind this offensive line currently? I don't think anybody.
Nobody well, but why can't you sign that quarterback and do more to build your offensive line?
Bingo.
Yeah, right.
Why couldn't you have done that?
It's overall offensive ineptitude, the way that they built this team.
You could have signed one of those quarterbacks, and you could have invested in your offensive line. Why couldn't you do both?
You could have. I love it how people say, yeah, but the offense, what if they had fixed it?
All it costs is money. Right. And not even long-term money. Good Cousins is like 2 years of real money. You could have done it, but they didn't want to do it. And it was a choice. It was an option. Their hands weren't tied. Do you want to spend that money or not? And they didn't. Back to your calls here on Agenda Free Friday right after this.
Continues.
Hodge, number 12, he comes in to replace London, at least for the moment. 45-yard line. Robinson is the back. Mooney moving. That's fired. That's caught. And that is Hodge. And Hodge is going to take it to the end zone. A most improbable win for the Atlanta Falcons.
How about that Kirk Cousins, Murray? Another late game, prime time, come from behind win.
Oh, he had a horseshoe up his ass. Are you kidding me?
Huh? No? What?
Oh, he had a horseshoe up his
How
ass.
so? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
What do you mean?
Freaking Tampa Bay had the game in hand. Bucky Ingram coughs up the football. They get it back after stopping Kirk Cousins, who threw a pick to Levante David. They get the ball back, and then, so Murray, this is where I disagree with you. You sort of, it felt like you were blaming Baker Mayfield, and I know you were playing off of last week.
Yeah.
Okay, but they get the ball back. They're trying to kill the clock, and then they got called for a penalty. So they had to. They ended up having to punt the ball. It wasn't his fault. And then all of a sudden, Cousins gets down the field. They kick the field goal after they committed a delay of game penalty. By the way, they screwed that up too. And then Tampa Bay blows the defense and lets the guy runs right down the middle of the field. Anyway,
I thought Atlanta.
I'm done.
I thought I was impressed by Atlanta at the end of regulation, where they got into field goal range and got the ball spiked. Like that to me showed that very last play where they threw no timeouts, somewhere in the middle of the field, and time for one play, but in the middle of the field without the timeout, it was really borderline whether they'd be able to stop the clock. Well, they throw it over the middle, and all 11 guys on the line, center held the ball, got it down. I think the center should have given it to the official, not put it down on the ground. I think that's the only little operational thing they didn't quite get right, but it was close enough.
It was just like the thing here with Seattle at the end of the first half against the Patriots. Do you remember they had no time on the clock and they ran up and spiked it and got it down?
Yeah.
Except that Seattle didn't get a delay of game penalty. They kicked the field goal.
But they got a delay of game after they spiked the ball.
They did, because
right.
this was the only bummer of it. It was as dialed in as it was like classic Patriots. Remember the one in New Orleans like 7-8 years ago before the half? They
loved
were
it.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. And then they're standing around like a-holes, and they got delay a game. And then Raheem Morris is losing his mind. It's like, no, that's on you, dude. They should be more dialed in.
They shouldn't have. So I was listening again. That's one I was happy to be listening to. They didn't set the clock?
They did not reset the clock, but they had the analyst from the official who came on, I don't remember who it was, came on and said there's no need to reset the clock there. They got it right. The Falcons screwed it up.
I see.
And so that, now look, it was 52 instead of 47, I think, on the kick, if I'm getting those yardages right. And
for these guys these days.
Right, it's not a huge difference, but they did F that up.
Okay.
That part of it.
Back to your calls here, Agenda Free Friday. Everything's on the board, including Bruins. Matt, New Bedford. Hi, Matt.
A couple quick things. I don't know if you guys were watching last night's game, but apparently there was a fan in the Bruins own end that had signed 64 or go, which is, I think, a clear sign, obviously, to Swayman, and a clear sign that a lot of Bruins fans are really pissed off. I'm one of them. This guy needs to sign it. It's more than a fair enough contract. And the last time I was with the team and not a player was with Torrey Krug, and same agent, same a-hole doing the same crap.
So I do. Don't you think most fans side with the team on this one?
I do.
It is rare.
Feels that way.
Especially that team.
I have a good friend, lifelong friend, has been a hardcore Bruins fan his whole life. And he said, I think that even the 7.8 that was rumored in the 62.4 or whatever it was, he said, even that's too much.
I agree.
He said that, so he's with the team. And he gets more pissed at the Bruins than anybody I know.
No, I think this is one of those rare occasions. And you know what? Which is why Neely released the number, ish. Because
it's fair.
It's fair. And I think most fans sort of can tell. Like, this isn't Palookaville. And I think most fans can, see that for what that is. That's a fair offer. And I think the Bruins knew it, which is why they were okay spilling the tea there, which is not something that's typically done. Jack and Lowell on the Celtics, of all things. Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, what's going on, boys? I'm just saying, this is a conspiracy. The Celtics are playing in Abu Dhabi as sort of a tryout for the new ownership group to take a look and see if they really want to buy it. That's all I got.
I don't agree. This thing was probably scheduled 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I think, too.
It's been on the books for a while.
Yeah.
So, but the, Arab money or Saudi money, rather, like that is...
It's coming.
That's sort of a, I don't know, that's coming to play. Right, it's come to golf. And these leagues, are they going to start taking that kind of money for their teams? It would up the values of the teams, probably get the biggest sale price. I mean, it's already in European soccer. Is it going to come to North American team sports? It's come to North American golf. I don't know what I can't. that dam is going to break, something like that. Like, I wonder when that domino is going to fall.
I mean, the only way it would be surprising is if it doesn't happen.
Right. It's just, it really feels like a matter of when. And is it in play here? I don't know. But I don't think this trip has much to do with it. Although I did feel, what is sponsored by Emirates? This in-season tournament is sponsored by Emirates, which sort of stood out to me. Like, oh, so like, are these their first entrees into that? The game in Abu Dhabi, Emirates sponsoring the in-season tournament. Like, they're just starting to dip their toe in there, and these are the first sort of entrees into ultimately that thing.
Probably.
So you wonder, it's coming. How about Stanley? Hold on one second. How about Jack and Bolton? Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, on a different subject, you were talking about batting average, low batting averages. I go back into the 60s. A guy by the name of Pete Reynolds won the American League batting championship with a 302 back in the 60s.
Okay, that's not a good thing, but thanks for the memory. It's not what we're looking for.
Nope.
We're looking for more hits. Can
Right.
we get more hits? I mean, just to tie it into Mazz's opening take, just parenthetically, the Mets had 2 hits going into the 9th inning. I just thought I'd point that out, 2.
It's unbelievable.
2 hits.
I mean, the way that game was going, again, the Brewers had just shut them down.
2 hits. Ken in the car. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, the Mets, Royals, and Tigers being in the playoffs and advancing while the Red Sox are sitting at home is so pathetic. I mean, growing up, the Red Sox had big names, David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, Pedro Martinez. And now our biggest offseason question is if we're going to re-sign Tyler O'Neill. Meanwhile, I'm paying $30 a month for NESN 360.
It's a sad state. It's a sad state of affairs where it's devolved to.
Yep.
And the Mets again, I'm sure the Red Sox ownership looks at the Mets and go, idiots. You spent what for 88 wins? What did they have? They got in on the last day of the year, the 6th wild card. And I'm sure that the 6th seed, the last wild card, I'm sure John Henry and his group looks at them. Steve Cohen, idiot. How's all that? And meanwhile, the Mets are still playing. Where are you?
Well, so look, and the other thing is everybody wanted to mock the Mets a year ago because they had a bad year. And I would say, okay, so the investment didn't pay off right away. It's paying off now. I mean, they sank a lot of money into the team. They have good players. They got, and admittedly, there's a certain element of luck there. I'm not going to. That's always the case in the playoffs.
But I'll just tell you, the fans, the give a crap meter there is still high. Even though the team was bad last year or underperformed, the fans give a crap. You know why? Because there's investment at the ownership level, and so the fans feed off of a team that's still trying and might be dysfunctional and whatever, the whole Mets thing. But it's not like the fans get this sense that ownership's given up or is trying to do a certain thing. And so here they are. Laugh all you want at the Mets. They're still playing.
And you're right. The fan base feeds off of the ownership.
It does. It's a little bit of a circus, but it's fun. Like that Mets thing down there, I feel like is fun.
Definitely. Did you see the shots of the people at the stadium?
Yes.
Watching the game on TV? That was cool.
For an 89-win third wild card team. Because it's fun. It's big spending, big thinking, big personalities, big wins, big losses. It's just a big thing. And it's good to be a Mets fan. How is it to be a Red Sox fan?
Not like that.
You got to talk about the Baseball America ranking.
No, the Mets are a spectacle.
Coming up next, the latest on the Bruins, the latest on Jeremy Swayman. And we do have audio of not just Jeremy Swayman picking up the guitar and singing on that Amazon docuseries, which is now coming out. But we have outtakes of the Jeremy Swayman guitar playing and singing on the Amazon docuseries.
A Felger and Mazz exclusive.
Exclusive outtakes. And the latest on Jeremy Swayman coming your way after Big Jim Murray gets you updated.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots holding their final practice today ahead of Sunday's home game against the Miami Dolphins, and the hits keep on coming for the Patriots offensive line. As head coach Gerard Mayo announced this morning, they're going to be placing rookie tackle Caden Wallace on injured reserve. He's heading there along with center David Andrews. The move for Andrews expected after he opted to undergo a season-ending shoulder surgery. More NFL news. Giants rookie wide receiver Malik Neighbors has been ruled out against the Seattle Seahawks this weekend with a concussion. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor is ruled out this weekend for the Colts matchup with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bruins fell flat in their 4-1 preseason loss to the LA Kings in Quebec last night, and with that, the Bruins fall to 2-3-1, and they will wrap up their exhibition schedule tomorrow with a game against the Capitals in Washington. Headlines are brought to you by the New England Revolution. Be there tomorrow night at Gillette Stadium for the New England Revolution's regular season home finale when they take on DC United. Kickoff set for 7:30. You can get your tickets now at revolutionsoccer.net. I'm Jim Murray for Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 A Sports Hub. Another update at 3 o'clock.
hat trick. And the special teams make a difference now here in the game. A shorthanded goal, a power play goal. Kings are up 4-1.
So that was the call last night on Nesson, 98.5 The Sport. No, that was, what was that, Jimmy?
It was the LA Kings television network.
Did we not staff that game last night?
We did not. Neither did Nesson, by the way.
I don't know.
I have no answer there. You gotta eat. That's I get on Nesson when they don't cover the games.
You gotta bite it.
How are we not on that one?
You got me. Don't look at me.
It was
Why are you looking at me like
we
I
had
made
the
a
Evan
decision?
Lazar situation that was breaking.
I blame you.
We had to check in on Evan Lazar's status, make sure he was okay, so we postponed the preseason game.
The funds went to the Save Evan fund. It was just in Quebec, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You could drive there.
Sure could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Bergeron was there.
You ever been to Quebec City?
No.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
I've heard good things.
Nice. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
I've heard good things. I have not been to Quebec City.
Almost even better than Montreal.
I love Montreal.
Not as fun, but cool. But it's, what's the drive? Well, anyway.
7 hours, 6.5 hours, something like that. Maybe.
So you're saying the LA guys were there and we weren't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's commitment for you right there.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
Not a great sign.
No, it is not.
Or the LA guys had the feed and they just still did the broadcast, which, for some reason Nesson couldn't do, and I don't know why we didn't run it either, but, whatever.
So what did we have on last night? Wait, I'm sure we had something important, right?
Joe Murray.
Yeah, Joe was on.
What do we have?
Throw the gas, not the ass.
Joe had political prisoner Evan Lazar on his show last night.
Well, I was right, damn it. Screw you, Bedard.
Okay, which we'll get to.
I would say that decision was suspect.
He's still suspect to me.
So the story is
suspect.
4 goals on 19 shots for Jonas Korpisalo.
I was right, damn it. Screw you, Bedard.
Sorry, Joe. So if that's it gets real on Tuesday. If that's the way it's going to be, advantage Swayman.
Yeah, so again, look, I like the fact that it's sort of gone back and forth in the preseason, but we start keeping score for real on Tuesday.
Okay. Speaking of Swayman, that he remains out. We remain on watch for his, how he's doing emotionally, how he's getting over the hurt and the pain of another tough contract battle with the Boston Bruins. This was the most recent reporting. Pierre LeBrun said yesterday that the money's one thing, but now you have to worry about where Jeremy Swayman is emotionally, and he was hurt by this process, and Jeremy Swayman's agents intimated that he was hurt by this process, and they're taking time to cool off, and so now we have a Jeremy Swayman vigil to make sure that he's okay emotionally for a guy who says he's into the business part of it and is taking business classes and wants to take this into the business world when he's done playing, is still put off by the nature of the negotiations now for 2 straight years. So we don't know where he's at emotionally. But is this Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon. So this dropped last night. You mentioned it, Face Off, Inside the NHL. It launched on Amazon Prime. And you mentioned that somebody reached out to you to say that, there's one episode that's really about Jeremy Swayman. It's the 3rd episode.
So they follow NHL players around last year through the playoffs. Matthew Tkachuk, Pastrnak has one apparently.
Yeah, he's episode 1.
Connor McDavid, there's others. So they have an episode on Jeremy Swayman. And this is where this cut was from yesterday about him still remembering the arbitration process and the resentment from the arbitration process and all that from the arbitration process. So that's where that quote came from. They've also released some other cuts. I was told that he sang a song during this, and we were trying to figure out what song it would have been yesterday. So now we know, and we actually have the cut. Jimmy, can we hear that?
Game days are so long sometimes when you get back from the rink from morning skate. So I started playing guitar a little bit. Brings you into the moment. You don't really keep track of time. That for me is my meditation. That's my zen. This is a big step for me singing in front of you guys, I'll tell you that. In the night when my body slept in my bed, my mind was running through the woods instead.
Here, can you stop for a second? Here, just stop for a second.
It's what I expected.
I gave my love a cherry.
Pretty close.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Pick it up.
My mama's running through the woods instead.
I gave No. Let's hear from Jeremy. This is the.
In the night when my body slept in my bed, My mind was running through the woods instead. Growing up in Alaska, in the middle of nowhere, you look up at stars. 100 miles an hour in the fast lane. And then all of a sudden, you are the center of attention. 100 miles an hour in my head. It was like, wow, this is what it's all about. This is really special. My heart was beating like a Cherokee drum. The way I cope with it is to be in awe of the moment. Even if I'm getting ripped, I'm in awe of the moment because it's a dream come true. 100 miles an hour in my head. I get.
Sorry. So apparently it's, the name of the song is Vagabond by an artist, Camp, C-A-A-M-P. Camp. Yeah. Look, it's music. It's all subjective. I wouldn't listen to a song like that. It sounds like someone that's like into IPAs, wears flannel, lives in the woods. I don't like that kind of music.
Me neither. You would think I would. You take your IPA and shove it up your ass.
It's even got Murray hiccuping in the middle of it.
So, actually, though, we have...
there were outtakes.
We've dug deeper?
Yeah, so someone I know at Amazon also reached out to me, big fan of the show, and was like, well, we actually got more footage of Jeremy Swayman relaxing and chilling with his guitar. So, here's these clips. Go ahead, Jimmy. We'll send it to you.
I heard them say the number 64. I'm sorry, Bruins, but I'm worth much more. Damage done. I'm a sad dolphin.
Neil Young fan, apparently.
Again, these are the outtakes.
Yeah.
This is what didn't make the cutting room floor with Amazon.
That's right.
This is what he was working on, but he decided to go with the Vagabond song.
Yep. That's what it was better for the show, is what this producer told me. But he's like, you guys should actually play this stuff. I think you'd find it interesting. Like this one, Jimmy.
Arbitration breakdown. I feel so betrayed. Having a nervous breakdown. I want to get paid.
All right. Just keeping it with some classic rock. Neil Young, Zeppelin.
Right. I'm surprised that didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I would have gone with that one over the Vagabond.
Yeah, me too.
Saying, yeah.
You never go wrong with Zeppelin.
Also a fan of the 90s, alt rock, too, apparently, because this was another one sent to me.
We'll say goodbye to Swayman. Swayman. Say goodbye to Swayman. Swayman. 'Cause Cam and Don are dicks. Cam and Don are dicks. Cam and Don are dicks. Pay me.
I'm surprised that one didn't make the cut.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
a strong bridge. Right
Those are
there.
more,
Like,
those are more. So, those are songs that people recognize rather than "Vagabond" by Cam.
Cam.
What are you playing there, Jeremy? Cam. It's my favorite band. Cam.
This guy.
He's a bit much.
No.
Yeah.
So when is the full episode released?
Oh, no, it's all out now.
So you can go watch the full thing?
Yeah.
Has anyone started it? Anyone?
I tell you, who's who's featured a lot in this specific episode is one of the Magpies, Pete Blackburn.
Really?
Yeah, of What Chaos podcast. Yeah.
In what context?
He was doing background vocals.
It's a
The
lot.
Bruins are a great franchise. They really have a lot of history in Boston.
Background. He's like he and DJ are like the doo-wop guy.
No, they're like the Pips.
No, what's he do? What's the context?
Oh, it's just, he's
just like
one of the-
outtakes?
No, he's like one of the talking heads. It's him. It's Jackie Redmond from the NHL Network. It's just, he's doing some fluff stuff, basically.
I see.
Good for Pete. I like Pete.
Yeah, of course. No, nothing wrong with that.
But I haven't gone through the whole thing. I was just kind of searching for the him singing Camp. Because, again, I had those outtakes sent to me by that Amazon producer.
Again, the third one, Jimmy, let me hear that.
That's special.
I don't know how the third one didn't make the.
We'll say goodbye to Swayman. Say goodbye to Swayman. 'cause Cam and Don are dicks. Cam and Don are dicks. Cam and Don are dicks. Pay me.
That seemed like such an easy choice for the air, and they chose a. Oh, I'm sorry, what was the name of the band?
Vagabond.
Vagabond is the song, and the artist is Cam.
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 Okay, so there's the latest on Jeremy Swayman. Long commercial-free segment is next.
They can with 1 second. So they got the extra yard.
Look at Raheem Morris.
Crazy.
He is fired up about what his quarterback just did. I thought they got the ball down too far.
Yep.
I thought London might, as soon as he caught it, just take a knee. He kept running, and the clock kept running. But give the offense a lot of credit. Well schooled. They all sprinted to the line. Cousins fires it with 1 second remaining.
Tremendous.
I was kind of impressed by that. Well-coached, well-schooled team. Raheem Morris, his snappy offensive coordinator that they plucked from the Rams, up-and-coming guy. Interesting.
Zach Robinson.
Interesting how that works.
Well.
And then they took a delay of game, and that sort of took the air out of that balloon. But anyway, just that specific, the run-up and spiking the ball there, they managed that well. Let's go back to your call, 617-779-0985. Dan in Rhode Island. Hi, Dan.
How you doing, Mike? Just a little brushback on your comment about just spending money to be good. While I agree with you, I think it's a little simplistic, and I think the perfect example is the draft. I mean, the Falcons are good because they've drafted really well the last few years, whereas a perfect example with the Patriots, why they are where they are now, is the 2022 draft is where you should have 2 major contributors right now. Cole Stranger's MIA, which you shouldn't have taken a guard that high, and now Tyquan Thornton is up for trade.
Dan.
Who was not going to take him.
True. I'm
That's
sure.
it.
Well, but listen, I'm sure the Falcons have drafted better than the Patriots. Pretty much everyone has. They did not need to go sign Kirk Cousins.
Correct.
They've drafted better, so they got some talent coming up through. They drafted Michael Penix. They could have easily, Arthur Blank, could have said, give me Jacoby Brissett for $8 million. Give me
Gardner Minshew.
Joe Flacco. Give me Gardner Minshew. Give me just a guy for $5 to $10 million.
Tyrod Taylor.
Right. So there's a million of those guys. And maybe I play him, maybe I don't. Maybe we'll just go with the rookie and I'll pocket the money. Could easily have done that. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pays for Kirk Cousins, who's not the long-term solution, but to, I don't know, have a season, have a team.
Have a season, put on a more entertaining product. The other thing, too.
Have a product, like, I don't know, is there any responsibility to put on a product for your paying customers?
They also paid for better coaching. So he says they've drafted well, sure, but what had been widely criticized down there over the last few years, and the reason they fired that Arthur Smith, who's now the OC in Pittsburgh, is because he didn't know how to use these talented wide receivers and other, so Bijan Robinson, he had him in blocking half the time last year. Drake London hadn't done squat when Arthur Smith was there. So they get his ass out of there. They get real coaches, and now you have what you saw last night. So they're spending money that way, too.
I mean, the quarterback thing is a huge part of it. Like of what you're talking about.
Arthur Blank deserves a tremendous amount of credit for that.
Yes, they drafted well. They didn't half-ass it at quarterback.
It's just money out of his pocket. It's all that is. And he did it to have a team and a season and a product. And I don't know if he thinks this way. I would like to think so. He still has people paying to go to his games and buy his season tickets and buy his luxury boxes. And it's his response. Let's have a season. Let's not just suck and say, oh, well, we drafted the quarterback so we can suck as much as we want because we're just going to wait for the quarterback. So, yes, and of course they've drafted better. Everyone's drafted better. But he still didn't need to sign that quarterback for that kind of money. Here's Jeff in the car. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just an ashamed former member of the Patriots Peni Association. We used to be able to dump our hogs out, have it be the biggest in the room. Now it's like I'm coming out of the cold ocean water with a shrunken Schwenzer. See ya. Yeah,
well, I mean, it just sort of resets your it should reset your expectation on what a good team is. I don't know. The thing when I say you were dicks for 20 years, they're just like everybody sucked, even the good teams. Idiot Jets, idiot Colts, loser Colts. The Ravens are overrated losers. Like all the good teams that came through somehow sucked to you. And it's like, now you would die to be them. Now you would die just to be 80% of what those teams are. So now you sort of understand you were kind of being dicks.
No, you have to recalibrate.
Recalibrate is the word. Thank you, Maris.
Completely recalibrate.
Sports bullies. And it was fun. It was fun.
Yep. But recalibrate is right.
But you acknowledge you were being unrealistic or you were being unreasonable.
Yeah, no.
You were being unreasonable. All right, so we continue. Here's a little giveaway. If you want a little something for free, I know you do. Caller number 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985 will score a $50 Hooters gift card. Hooters is your destination for football this season. Visit area locations in Dedham, Saugus, Shrewsbury, or West Springfield. Hooters makes you happy. Caller number 10 gets the freebie. We're back on Agenda Free Friday, and now we'll dig into the mutiny that's going on down at Gillette Stadium. The Patriots pulling a podcast from one of their own people, one of their own reporters, over, I don't know, too much truth-telling or what. Let's get into this and what has happened to Evan Lazar. Where is he and how is he doing? We'll hit on all these things right after Murray gets you updated. 90 seconds, no commercials.
WBC FM and HD Boston.
Patriots!
From the opening kickoff to the final play.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass.
Yes.
98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Boston Celtics rallying from a double-digit second-half deficit in this afternoon's preseason opener against the Nuggets. They beat Denver 107-103 in Abu Dhabi. Peyton Pritchard leading the way with 24 points in the win. Bruins fell flat in their 4-1 preseason loss to the LA Kings in Quebec last night. With that, the Bees fall to 2-3-1 on their exhibition schedule. They'll wrap it up tomorrow with a game against the Capitals in Washington. Patriots holding their final practice today, getting ready for Sunday's home game against the Miami Dolphins. Hits keep on coming for the Patriots offensive line. Head coach Gerard Mayo announced that they're placing rookie tackle Caden Wallace on injured reserve. He'll go there with center David Andrews. The move for Andrews expected after he opted to undergo a season-ending shoulder surgery. Other NFL news, Giants rookie wide receiver Malik Nabers has been ruled out this weekend against the Seattle Seahawks. He's dealing with a concussion. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor has been ruled out this weekend against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Headlines are brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork, supplying contractors and homeowners with residential and commercial building materials since 1946. JacksonLumber.com. I'm Jim Murray for Boston's Home for Sports 98.5 Sports Hub. Another update, 3:30.
If you've got the app, you've got Toucher and Hardy to wake you up no matter where you are.
Or who may or may not have been to jail.
Get the app. The 98.5 The Sports Hub app. These guys won't stop talking.
And you can pretty much do it
Felger Mazz.
in perpetuity.
Yep. The Sports Hub.
Today, you had some comments on your podcast. Would you like to rephrase them here on the show?
Yeah, look, Barth pretty well as well as I do, and him and I can get into some pretty heated debates and arguments over things, even off the air sometimes, as we tend to do. And I'll fully admit I got a little carried away today on the podcast, and I'm sure you've been there, Joe, yourself, just in the heat of the moment. But the word I use, mutiny, like there's no mutiny in the Patriots locker room, and like I said, I got carried away, and that was my bad. That's not what was going on. That was just my opinion, and it kind of came out a little stronger than I intended it to.
Well, that's what happens on podcasts, right? You get your hot take going, right? We're all, hey, this is what, listen, I'm not saying you said anything wrong. If you got carried away, fine, we'll take it.
Asked earlier in the day, in which he basically said that the Patriots locker room is on the verge of a mutiny.
Right now, they're teetering on mutiny in that locker room.
Okay, so that was his original comment. And as he explained it, when he and Alex Barth get going, Maz, that's a freight train of hot takes that just cannot derail that hot.
Oh, again.
You can't.
Right there, that's you just a pound away. Hitting the table in applause of the hot takes with those two. Again, it's a runaway train.
It's an avalanche. You'll never know what they'll say.
When they get arguing off the air,
yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
Oh, it's like those things on the highway you got to put on the side to let the runaway trucks run into. That's what they need when they're doing their podcast.
You better spray foam at the end of that runway because
Bingo.
You cannot stop that
Correct.
runaway airliner of hot takes.
Momentum like you've never seen.
Lazar and Barth.
Yes.
I'm fanning myself.
Yeah.
So Evan Lazar, again, here, give me the original cut real quick, Jimmy. That's just to refresh.
Right now, they're teetering on mutiny in that locker room. And I don't want to be alarmist or like hyper what's the word? I don't want to
Hyperbolic?
speak. Yeah, hyperbolic. Thank you. I don't. But I was in that locker room after the game on Sunday. The defense is mad at the defense. The offense is mad at the offense. You have young receivers who are literally throwing tantrums on film, and Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk, and good on Pop Douglas for owning that this week and walking, kind of saying that he's got to be better and all that kind of stuff. But I said this before and I'll say it again. You're at the point now with 52 other guys in that locker room that all watch these two quarterbacks practice every single day, that all know that they drafted Drake May 3rd overall. And at what point in time does some of these guys say to themselves, why am I going out there and getting my butt kicked every single Sunday and Drake can't?
Okay,
Why am I going out there with
his basis of the mutiny is that players are getting frustrated because they're not putting Drake May in there.
Mhm.
I'm not sure about that.
He also said teetering on mutiny, which is being, I think, conveniently ignored. Teetering.
Right now, they're teetering on mutiny in that locker room.
Suggesting the ingredients are there for a mutiny. It hasn't happened, but people, or whoever there that was offended and wanted this scrubbed, was like, you said mutiny. This has to go.
So the Patriots then scrubbed that podcast, which has given it the life that it's given it.
Yeah, correct. They did this to themselves.
If they hadn't taken that down, I don't even know if we'd mention it.
No, exactly. We wouldn't be talking about Frankie Pentangeli at all. I'm sorry, I meant Lazar on Joe. That's what I felt like I was listening to when I heard him go on with Joe. I'm not picking on Evan.
It's between the brothers, Kay.
Yes, exactly. It's between the brothers. On day one, he's ready to throw Vito Corleone and his family, the Corleone family, under the bus. Michael Corleone, as it were. The next day, geez, I don't remember. I think I just kind of hyperbolized. So look at. But
was in the olive oil.
Exactly. That's what it felt like. Like, wow, was that a reversal? All of a sudden, we're putting on the brakes. And I'm sure that, again, I joked about this earlier. They had the train to Siberia, fired up and ready to go this morning if he didn't reverse course.
Yeah, so, not spotted or heard in that call to Joe last night in the room with Evan was some Patriot staffer making the throat slap, looking at him. Say it.
Apparently, Evan was back on the job today, tweeting and reporting on the team. So
good.
I
mean, let's not get ridiculous down there, right? In terms of
right,
So, but really, like they called more attention to it by scrubbing it.
Do you think they're on the verge of a mutiny?
That might be a little strong, but do I think that they are disgruntled down there? Yes.
They're already finger pointing.
Of course, yes.
Again, using that keyword teetering, are they teetering on a mutiny? Yes, they are.
They're finger pointing. So change the word. He's 100% right with what's going on down there, and he's not the first to say it. But because he works for the team and the team scrubbed it, it's like now it's giving it this life. But he's not the only one saying it. Bedard came in here on Tuesday and said the exact same thing. Just about the exact same thing. You want some examples? Let's start with Bedard 1. Go ahead.
I see a team that is on the edge of, I don't want to get into hyperbole, spinning out of control, but I do think that they are on the precipice of things spinning out of control. I think, when you look at it, offensively, I'll just start with, the two young.
Hold on a second. Can we do the 1.5 on Bedard?
Oh, good idea.
I think we can't. It's too late to do it, but in the future, I think we need to start doing that.
Give me 30 seconds.
I love it. No, I want it now.
Okay, but I don't want squeaky.
Same.
I don't want squeaky Bedard.
No, I just want faster Bedard.
I just want faster Bedard.
Yeah, in fact, if we can find a way to do it in real time the next time he's here, I would like to do that.
This is my mistake. I should have thought of it sooner.
No, he almost said exactly
the exact same thing.
Really, on the precipice of or on the teetering on a mutiny. What's the difference?
It was almost exactly like Lazar says, I didn't want to hyperbolize, or how do you say that? And Bedard says, I don't want to get into hyperbole. And we're like, go, do it. He's like, they're teetering on the verge of spinning out of control. And Lazar says, teetering on the verge of mutiny. This is the exact same thing. Lazar works for the team, and they scrubbed it. So now it's given it this life of its own.
They probably tried to scrub Bedard's podcast too, if I had to guess.
But Bedard gave us the same stuff. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I see a team that is on the edge of, I don't want to get into hyperbole, spinning out of control, but I do think that they are on the precipice of things spinning out of control. I think, when you look at it, offensively, I'll just start with, the two young receivers, Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk. These are guys that on film, they're throwing temper tantrums on the field when they're not getting the ball. I would say that Pop Douglas is worse.
I'm sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Pop Douglas is worse. He is. There are times on film where he is literally stomping his feet, yelling. Jalen Polk on the pick six, and I know it was across the field, but on the pick six, because he was open, he started throwing a temper tantrum and literally walked off the field when the play was still going on. I think Joe Murray said that at one point he saw Pop Douglas on before the last play walk off the field. And Jalen Polk had to come on for him. So you have that going on offense. On defense, they come out right out of the chute. This is with extra time to prepare. Okay, mind you, they come right out of the chute. First play of the game, they don't set the edge in the run game. The first 3 third downs of the game, Keon White blows containment, and Brock Purdy can run all over the place. They're not taking the coaching, or they're not getting the coaching. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
1.25 maybe just
it's too fast because I don't want it to turn it
it's just come down a tick.
Believe me, I'm okay mocking Bedard, but I just want a quicker take. I don't want to turn into a mocking thing. Okay.
No, just that we got to go to quarter speed. 1.25 might be better.
But the point is, the receivers are stomping around on the field.
Yep.
They're expressing frustration off the field for not getting the ball.
Yep.
Defensive players are, instead of setting the edge and containing, they're going after sacks and stats and tackles in the backfield, and they're losing contain and losing the edge, which has caused Devon Godchow to go on the radio and say some of our players are acting selfishly. Okay? So is this a full-on mutiny? No. But they're pointing fingers.
Yes, and it's a lack of discipline, too, like all of the above.
Finger pointing. It's going on. Give me Bedard number 2, regular speed, Jimmy, if you don't mind, please.
Mutiny afoot? I mean, are these guys not taking?
So let me just tell you,
well,
it's the exact same language.
Yes, it is.
Murray asked him directly, mutiny. Go ahead.
So is mutiny afoot? I mean, are these guys not taking Mayo seriously?
Well, I think. Yeah, I don't. I think this is what Gerard Mayo gets when he gives these guys all sorts of free reign. Yeah, Gerard was asked about frustration. They should be frustrated. They should be expressing themselves. No, you could be a professional. I don't see KJ Osborne throwing a temper tantrum. I don't see Hunter Henry. Occasionally you'll get the Hunter Henry will, throw up his hands kind of thing. He did that with Mac last year. You see it a little bit, on film. But to me, I just think that the team, Gerard has given them way too much rope, and they are taking advantage of it. And what drives me crazy is who the hell is Pop Douglas and who the hell is Jalen Polk?
That's why I almost stopped you at the beginning. I just wanted to clarify. The receivers that are throwing a tantrum are the rookie and the second-year guy who's, the second-year kid who's done pretty much nothing.
Yeah, Tyreek Douglas and Jalen Jefferson out there for the Patriots are throwing a temper tantrum because they've done, what in this league? Who do they think they are? Just this is just about professionalism. Gerard can't have that. If they want to be frustrated and, all right, talk about it with the coaches and stuff like that, but, stomping your feet during a football game, what do you think that's saying to the 49ers on the other side? They're saying don't let them see you sweat. I mean, this is just 4 games into the season. And I know things are getting worse on offense, and they have, they're not doing well. But this team is 1-3. Basically, everybody expected to be 1-3. It looks like a unit that's just a team that's fraying instead of saying all right, well, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to get out of it. You just don't see that.
Okay, so I think that last point, you don't have to say mutiny. That is a little hyperbolic, but they're kind of pointing fingers. They're not all the thing that I thought that they were going to be is at least together and bought into a degree and that sort of thing. We're going to grind this out together, and there's not going to be egos or selfish play or finger pointing or things like this. I mean, so take out the word. It doesn't look or feel the way I thought it would.
No, look, again, it did in week 1, maybe even week 2 to a degree. But since that time, it's deteriorated fast.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's deteriorated fast. And so use whatever word you want. I mean, I would describe listening to that again and all the things that have sort of transpired, Mayo's too loose. He's too loose. He's got to tighten. Now, again, I'm all for not being everything Bill was. But you do have to have some measure of discipline so that the players on the field can't completely abandon the philosophy, give up the edge, and go after the quarterback and just compromise the defense. You can't have that. You have no shot if that happens.
And when Lazar in the original cut that was scrubbed said the defense is on the defense and the offense is on the offense, we originally thought it doesn't he mean because usually the offense points fingers at the defense and vice versa. No, he meant what he said. The receivers are getting agitated at the quarterback or the play calling or the ball not coming their way. And there are defenders on the team who are saying other guys on my side of the ball are playing selfish. Unit on unit crime. And that doesn't happen every day. That's kind of different. And I think I did not think, we all thought they would be 1-3. I didn't think that the finger pointing would start like this.
No, me either. I don't think anybody did.
So it sort of bothered me that now just because Evan Lazar maybe just took it a half step too far in his language. That all you see is nothing. Like, no, does it look healthy down there?
No.
I mean, so like now just
right now they're teetering on mutiny in that locker room.
Teetering on mutiny, not full mutiny. And but I did not expect this kind of finger pointing this early. And it's not just offensive guys on offensive guys, defensive guys on defensive guys. I think Gerard Mayo has been subtly pointing the finger at Alex Van Pelt after that game in San Francisco. Schematically, we can get the ball out quicker. Schematically. That's just one example, the most recent example of Gerard Mayo, I think, sort of throwing Van Pelt, or just pointing a finger at Van Pelt. Mazz pulled out a great one yesterday that I missed. Van Pelt yesterday, when asked about these Fakakta fake sneaks and where they're trying to draw the defense offside. They're so obviously not going to snap the ball. They look kind of clownish out there. Under center on 4th and 3 trying to draw the defense. It's probably laughing at him. Van Pelt threw the guys upstairs under the bus. A lot of that comes from upstairs and Evan Rothstein. So, like finger pointing happens on losing teams. It's not all that unusual. Week 4 with a new regime, and that's not what I thought was coming.
No, and Mayo made a comment earlier in the week too about how, we knew we were going to take our licks this year, and I think he probably said it after he delivered the same message to the team. Like, this is one of those, look, guys, we knew we were going to lose. Okay, but we're going to lose with some measure of professionalism and dignity. We're not going to lose the way we're losing right now.
And I guess this week, Demario Douglas apologized and was contrite about how he has been carrying himself on the field, and the guys who were down in the locker room this week said it. During the week, it feels like guys have sort of screwed it on tighter or something. I don't know exactly how to describe it. That this week has not felt mutinous or whatever that word is, but certainly after the game. I mean, come on.
I'll take that with a grain of salt, too, because what was talked up going into this game in San Francisco last week was this great day of practice they had on Wednesday. So, how did that end up working out for them? It's just lip service.
Okay, so your thoughts on this? If not a mutiny, then finger pointing. 4 weeks into Gerard Mayo's tenure, how does that taste? How does that feel? How does that feel to you?
Gross.
617-779-0985. Back to you here on Agenda Free Friday right after this.
these guys are just not doing that. They don't care. I assume from what Gerard said, these things are being corrected. And then they go out there. We knew it was an issue. It was an issue late against Seattle. And I brought it up last week after the Jets game. I said, are some of these guys on their own program? Are they looking out for themselves? Then Gottschalk goes on radio and calls some of his teammates selfish. Peppers basically calls out some of his teammates. And so there's a disconnect. When errors like this, when these things go on a football field, tantrums, not doing your job, playing selfishly, to me, that portrays a lack of respect for the head coach. And if Mayo doesn't get a hold of it this week, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, and so then you say, if they're finger pointing now, what happens if they lose this game to a team that has not led for a minute this season?
Right.
And that's the Miami Dolphins, and they have one win, but they won at the buzzer. So I know it's kind of a tricky way around that, but they haven't led for a minute this year, and as bad as you've been offensively, they've been worse. So what happens then?
Well, then, you start getting fights in the locker room.
Well, I don't know if it's like that, but I thought part of the Gerard Mayo program is that he reaches these guys, and at the bare minimum, they'll be together and hardworking and invested and those sort of things, and not the finger pointing, 4 weeks into the year. I was not expecting that one bit. Let's go back to the phone, 617-779-0985. Glenn and Derry. Go ahead, Glenn.
Hey, guys, what's going on? I don't get to listen to you all the time, but I don't know if it's being talked about. But what's up with the lack of pre-snap movement on the offense? The defenses get all the time to set up in the world, and we're way too one-dimensional to get away with that stuff.
Okay, what that is Alex Van Pelt's offense. Mm-hmm. He runs, as I've been trying to tell you, an older version of a West Coast offense where, the Bill Walsh, Mike Holmgren, and the guys that still kind of run it are Mike McCarthy and Alex Van Pelt. And they came from Green Bay, which sort of was at the tail end of the Holmgren era. And McCarthy came back and ran that offense. And the Cowboys are the same thing. They don't do a lot of bunches or motion at the snap or some of those quote-unquote innovative things that you see other teams do. It's sort of a straight-ahead, old-school West Coast offense system.
Right.
It's behind the times.
Yeah. To me, it feels absurdly simple. And, again, there's no deception, no sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no action, no motion, nothing. Guys just line up, and the routes they run, it feels to me, are absurdly simplistic.
And Van Pelt talked about it this week. They asked him, he says, we motion with a purpose. Which is kind of like a line, so what are you saying?
You don't. My eyes work.
A lot of teams motion without a purpose. They just do it to do it. He's sort of saying, well, yeah, again, I'm just trying to translate what he means. Does he mean that a lot of the motion that these other teams run are just sort of fake and window dressing and isn't really important to the play and it looks all fancy and everything, but it doesn't really do anything? When we motion, there's a purpose behind it.
You motion to trick the defense. They're not tricking anybody. What the hell is he talking about?
No,
seriously.
Yeah, and I would say that just the guys moving around, because Mayo says oftentimes in his things too that the motion oftentimes doesn't, you get distracted by it, but it doesn't really change the concepts. Well, then distract. This is what I would say. The Patriots aren't distracting the opposition. They're making it easy for them. They don't have to sift through any of it, even if it is, just cosmetic. It's okay.
Wait, wouldn't Demario Douglas be the perfect guy to, not that he's Tyreek Hill, but do some of the things that he does?
Yes.
That's sort of the guy. You kind of need to do that because he's not big or physical. He could probably get manned up if he's just standing there on the line of scrimmage. He's the one that should be moving all over the place, right?
I think it creates some anxiety in the defense. That if you're on defense and you see a fast guy moving, you start saying, oh, who's got him? Your wheels start spinning. Who's going to get him? Where's he going? What happens if he does this? And all of a sudden you're getting preoccupied. So that to me is what it does. It gets the defense thinking.
Do you think the unrest is because they're not playing Drake May? And that was sort of the crux of Lazar's comment.
Yeah, maybe part of it. I'm sure it is with some of these players if they're seeing it at practice. Again, if the head coach is telling you at the end of training camp, this guy looks better than the other guy, how do you think some of the players feel?
I think everything sprouts off of that.
Does it? I'm dubious, but then again, I'm taking my own bias into it because I don't think they should play him, or I'm okay with sitting these young guys. I think that I don't know where Lazar stands. My guess is Lazar is one of these guys who thinks that Drake May should be out there and he should be out there now. So I think he sees it through that lens. Like, the reason they're upset is because they're not playing the guy. That's why I'm upset. When maybe, I don't know, why would Devin Gottschall care if they're playing Drake May or not? Devin Gottschall cares that Keon White's going upfield and trying to get sacks versus setting the edge like he's been told.
What about the receivers?
Okay, I mean, that I can see. But, yeah, I mean, of course, I can see that.
So, look, I understand your point. At the end of the day, if they were winning, it comes from the losing first.
And them not getting the ball. And so, like, is it partly on Van Pelt? Is it partly, I just, to me, I would think they're more just frustrated with the situation, their own individual situation and the team situation versus who's playing a quarterback. But like I said, of course, the receivers would want a better quarterback in there. But everyone's getting antsy. I'm like, don't dismiss what Evan Lazar said just because he might have used a word that was too strong. Like that opens up the people that just want to defend the team and say, well, see, it's not that. Okay, well, then what is it? Dial it back one. There's finger pointing. There's tantrum throwing. Did you expect that 4 weeks into Gerard Mayo's tenure? I didn't. I mean, it even came through on the broadcast. How about Zoe? Well, maybe the defense, I'll give you a cut that maybe does say that. Like I think Zoe sort of exemplifies this as well. This is him on the broadcast, number 5, Jimmy.
We're staying here in offense because I'm getting angry now because it's been 10 days. You've been cooking for this game plan. And do you think this is all on just pressure and line?
No, I think he's had time today.
Oh, he's had some time today, and the guys have been open.
Yeah.
Okay? And the run game has worked at times. So, I mean, this isn't all in the offensive line here, guys.
No, I would agree with you.
So have an honest evaluation. Time-stamping things.
3 receivers.
Okay, so he started to get ramped up during that second quarter, calling for Drake May. Give me number 6, Jimmy.
Going back to the whole May discussion, whether he was ready or not, the team was not ready for him the way it was constructed until going into the last couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
But the way they're playing, you have no choice.
Exactly. That's the point. Like, I don't know how much more ready they're going to get.
Right.
I don't know if the potential is there to get ready. Receivers aren't going to change. Line's not going to change. The tight ends aren't going to change.
The line's in worse shape today than it was.
You're going to really piss your defense off at some point, too.
Hey, you're going to really piss your defense off at some point. Really? Does it work that way?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, again,
I think.
Look, I don't know if they're there yet, but look, don't you think it happened last year? Or don't you think it happened with Mac Jones?
Definitely.
Right? Because didn't Mayo at one point said, look, I'm trying to keep them. He was asked about the defense getting sort of losing confidence in the offense, and he said, well, look, we just got to keep doing the job we're doing.
No, it's true. The defense always, if the offense isn't scoring, the defense will point the finger.
Yeah, we're out here busting our ass, and you guys can't do a thing. Figure it out so we can win a game. Otherwise, we're just pounding our heads against the wall for nothing. Now, that said, I don't know that the defense has played all that great the last couple of games.
Who are you?
So, so I don't know if they have a, and so what happens is Gottschall then turns at, we think Keon White and saying, the reason why we're not playing well is because you're screwing up. It becomes that. But yes, I do think it can go that way.
Okay,
yes.
Meanwhile, Gerard Mayo was asked about all of this. He answered it, and you'll hear what he had to say, and we'll give you our thoughts coming up right after Big Jim Murray gets you updated.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots holding their final practice today ahead of Sunday's home game against the Miami Dolphins. Hits keep on coming for the Patriots offensive line as well, as head coach Gerard Mayo announced this morning they're placing rookie tackle Caden Wallace on injured reserve. He'll go there along with center David Andrews. Now, the move for Andrews is expected after he opted to undergo a season-ending shoulder surgery. NFL insider Jason La Canfora also reporting today that the Patriots have let it be known to other teams that wide receiver Tyquan Thornton is available in a trade. Giants rookie wide receiver Malik Neighbors has been ruled out this weekend against the Seahawks with a concussion. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor ruled out this weekend against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bruins fell flat in their 4-1 preseason loss to the LA Kings of Quebec last night. And with that, the Bruins fall to 2-3-1, and they'll wrap up their exhibition schedule tomorrow with a game against the Capitals in Washington. Celtics rally from a double-digit second-half deficit in today's preseason opener against the Nuggets. They beat Denver 107-103 in Abu Dhabi. Peyton Pritchard with 24 points in the win. Headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. So if your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128. Right now at 888-CALL-128. I'm Jim Murray, Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Another update at 4.
Medium hot or iced coffee, your choice. A bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, I'm sure on the bread of your choice. And a side of hash brown.